out already.
Bond out. So do I put anything in the back to bond out?
Hello. You can hang on to it. I have a copy. Thank you.
Okay, have a Senatus. Okay, thank you. The next one is Nicole Huerta, Jocelyn Nicole Huerta.
Your Honor, she has a related felony. She'll be in front of Your Honor on the felony calendar.
Okay. Okay. So on what I have here before me, it is a driving license suspended charge. And I will appoint a law office of Carlos Martinez to represent you on this and the felony that's going to come next. Argument counsel as discussed the DWL.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have any probable cause arguments. I would like to address the bond amount if possible.
150 the bond amount. Okay, you can address it. Go ahead.
Okay. No, again, it was just her lack of priors. Again, any prior charges were either no action or null frost.
Okay. Well, it was driving license suspended, so it'll be 150 bond. And where do I put this here?
On the second sheet. Let's see where it says bond at. Bond to that right here. Let me strike 150. That's the way you write the bond.
Okay, thank you.
And just sign underneath that. Or next to it. It's fine.
No, I'll do here.
Edit this one. This is the responsibility that one counts for the page and the one count from the bond.
Okay.
This one's just 150. This is 2 counts.
Oh, I apologize.
Then this is the other case.
I was just doing it in the same one. It'll be bond. Is this Brian Senatus?
No, Your Honor, this is Mr. Raydel de la Torre.
One second.
But you should be on way down here. This is a paper file.
This one. This is what I have here.
Let's see. Jack.
Better get into two. Raydel de la Torre. Just give me a moment. Is this the arrest affidavit?
Oh, yeah.
This is the original form.
And there's also one from still waiting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, at this time I'll be appointing the law offices of Carlos Martinez to represent you. And this is your bond hearing on this case. It's a petty theft. And any argument as to probable cause, counsel?
Judge, I'm sorry, I believe we were muted. Mr. de la Torre needs the services of a Spanish interpreter.
Buenos días, señor de la Torre. Le voy a asignar a las oficinas del bufete de abogados de Carlos Martínez para que lo represente. A usted se le imputa el cargo de hurto de menor cuantía. ¿Defensa algún argumento con respecto a causa probable?
Well, this is a.
I believe it was picked up on a bench warrant, Judge. I don't have the underlying information regarding the petty theft, so I cannot present any.
This was a bench warrant issued April 23rd. So we're dealing with a bench warrant at this time.
Perdón, ahora nos estamos haciendo cargo en realidad de una orden para su captura y arresto que fue emitida el 23 de abril.
And there is an information filed on a petty theft. So, does he have an address?
Además, también hay un documento acusatorio entablado con respecto al cargo de hurto de menor cuantía. ¿Usted tiene una dirección?
Sí.
Yes.
What is your address?
¿Cuál es su dirección?
4626 Northwest 185 Street, Miami Garden, Florida 33055. Ahí es donde recibo
Okay.
correo.
4626 Northwest 185th Street, Miami Gardens, Florida 33055. That's where I receive all my mail.
Miami Gardens. Okay. What is this address? 1600 Southwest 78th Street, Plantation.
¿Cuál es la dirección? La 1600 del Southwest y la 78 en Plantation.
Esa es la dirección donde vivían mis hijos.
That's the address where my children used to live.
Okay, so the court has your wrong address, actually. Okay, so that is to be revised to 4626 Northwest 185th Street. Okay, I'll set aside the bench warrant at this time.
Muy bien, entonces el tribunal tenía la dirección equivocada y la hemos actualizado con la que usted nos acaba de dar, que es la 4626 del Northwest y la 185 calle. Voy a dejar sin efecto la orden de arresto en su contra.
Okay. Is there a promise to appear before on this case March 26th? And then it was reset, and then there was a bench warrant issued for $1,000 on the 23rd. But I don't know if this man got notice now because the address is incorrect.
Usted se comprometió a presentarse ante el tribunal en marzo, luego se transfirió la audiencia para el 23 de abril, usted no se presentó, se emitió la orden de captura en su contra, pero yo no sé si usted recibió la debida notificación.
No.
No?
¿No?
No, no.
No.
We'll set aside the bench warrant and have him reappear at this time.
Muy bien, entonces dejo sin efecto la orden de captura en su contra para que usted pueda volver a comparecer.
And as to any type of release, counsel?
Judge, based on his testimony, it sounds like he never received notice, which is why this bench warrant was issued in the first place. And so therefore I just request that he be released on his own regardless at this point.
Su señoría, debido al testimonio de mi cliente, ya que él nunca recibió la debida notificación, pido que se le ponga, que se le libere de manera inmediata.
Okay. Any objection? Any objection to that?
Yeah, Your Honor,
Yeah.
he's requesting standard bond in the amount of $2 or putting that bench warrant aside. There is a prior conviction from 2022.
Your Honor, for the record, the interpreter couldn't get that.
All right, I'm going to RR him because he didn't get quite notice on this. And so it'll be an RR.
Muy bien, entonces voy a poner al acusado en libertad bajo palabra, ya que él no recibió la debida notificación.
Okay. And this is on that case. Okay, this is stay away order at Walmart. Please do not go near Walmart at all, sir. Okay, and please show up at court now that you have a new address. But remember, you have the responsibility to change your address as well. Thank you.
Muy bien, señor. Recuerde, usted tiene prohibido acercarse a la tienda Walmart. No vaya a ir a la tienda Walmart. Así como también es responsabilidad de usted actualizar su dirección en las oficinas del tribunal.
Okay, next case, Senatus Brian.
One sec. Speak English?
Yeah.
I'll be appointing the law offices of Carlos Martinez to represent you at this time, at this hearing. You're arrested on a trespass property after warning, June 18th. Any argument as to probable cause?
Yes, Your Honor. I have two separate arguments regarding the probable cause for the trespass charge. First of all, it's unclear from the A form who actually issued that trespass warning, and a trespass warning needs to be issued by someone who is actually authorized to do so. Also, in order to prove a case of trespass, the state needs to allege who the actual property owner is, and that person is conspicuously absent from this A form. I don't believe there's probable cause for a trespass charge here.
State.
Your Honor, the complainant provided the officer with the case card where the warning was issued and case number is stated on the A1 2025-61125. And it also says the trespass warning was verified by the officer on scene.
I will find probable cause at this time for that charge. Okay. There is a $500 bond on this. The bond would be $500.
Come on, sir.
That's it for now.
All the way
$500 bond.
There's
Yeah,
a stay order. 1 second, so there's a stay order. From Tanzania, Ward 1732 Collins Avenue. Stay away from that.
All the way up to your right.
Morning, sir. Are you Mr. Hopper?
Was he there when I told him to stay away? Yeah, well, he did, and there you go. You know, I always do that. And why do I do that? All right. I'm not used to it. Okay. Next case is Hopper, Daryl Hopper.
Yes, Judge, Mr. Hopper is present and standing to my right. He does not need the services of an interpreter.
There's a bench warrant, $3,000 on 237501, and the same on the other case, 2312263. State? Yes, I have two at $3,000 on each.
That's correct. I'm sorry.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, you're hopefully not me, but up to that part.
Counsel, any argument? They have a lot.
Yes, Judge, both. I can begin by addressing the warrants. Mr. Hopper's informed me that he was in a drug treatment program on the date that the court appearance that he failed to appear at occurred. I don't know that he ever received notice. I will also point out for the court that Mr. Hopper is homeless, so I don't know how he would have received notice of those dates anyways.
There's many bench warrants on this case. I realize that he's homeless, but at this time, they will remain, I believe, together, there's $6,000 bond. What I will do is I will lower the 3,000 to 2 and the 3,000 to 2 and lower that bond for now.
Zero. Ending 01.
0,
That case is 2 counts, huh?
01 has 2 counts.
You want me to do a breakdown on that?
Okay. So 01 does have 2 counts, and it is resisting and assault. So it'll be 1,000.
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry. On M237501, Count 1 is the only case that's there, which is a resisting officer without violence. The assault case was no prost on 9/18/2023.
Okay, that was no cross. So it's just the top case, correct?
Correct, Your Honor. So it's going to be 2,000 on each cases.
It'll be 2,000 on each case. Okay, and I put this here? Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
and I do have the stairway order. Can you keep him there until we issue the stairway order, please? Can you bring him back, please? Is this just one stairway order on Hopper?
Yes.
Julian Palmer? Mr.
Bring
Hopper,
him back.
you are to stay away from a Julius Palmer, okay? So there is a stairway order, stay away, 500 feet, no communication whatsoever via social media or phone. Understood?
Yes.
Daniel Thomas Howard,
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
I'll be appointing law offices of Carlos Martinez to represent that individual. Sir, you're being arrested on camping, prohibited camping in private property, something that occurred June 18th. And let me just look at this one second. Any argument at this time, counsel, you're representing him?
Judge, I don't have any arguments as to probable cause. However, I do note on the A form that Mr. Howard is homeless. I'm just requesting that he be released on his own recognizance and given a date certain on homeless calendar so that his case can be addressed.
Okay, I'll defer to Ms. Hennessy. Any arguments?
I would just note that I have no known local priors, and would defer to the court. The standard bond is 150.
And Judge, if I may just very briefly respond, because he is homeless, I believe a bond of $150 would be tantamount to no bound.
What did you say?
Judge, even the standard bond of $150, given his financial situation and the fact that he is homeless, would be tantamount to no bond at all. I'm just requesting that he be released on his own recognizance and be given a date certain for his case on homeless calendar.
Is this a beach? Is this a beach case?
It is, Your Honor. It is corrections.
When is the date for the homeless calendar?
It's July 16th, Your Honor. And 9 a.m. in courtroom 670.
July 16th, 9 a.m. Courtroom 6-7. Okay.
Judge, good morning. This is Officer Bassett of TGK. When you're done with that defendant, is there any way you could address Mr. Savoy James? Who's number 11?
Yes, just 1 second. Let me make sure that. Okay. There is a stairway order as well on the Miami Beach case. Can you bring him back? I do not see him. Okay, sir, we will be releasing you, but you have to be back for July 16th at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, 1 second. You want to stay away from Victoria's Secret, which is a store at 901 Lincoln Road. Do you understand that? You are to stay away from that business for 500 feet away. If not, you will be arrested for trespassing. Understood. Okay.
Your Honor, you're gonna ROR Mr. Howard?
Yes. And put him on the homeless calendar. Thank you.
Thanks. It's your court date. Okay, so make sure here's the address you got to go to, July 16th at 9 a.m. Okay, if you get lost in the building, show this to someone, they'll send you to the right place. Thank you. Good luck.
I'm going to refer to TGK. Which individual did you want to?
Honor, through the Zoom, it's gonna be number 11. And it's James Michael Savani.
Savoy.
Savoy.
Your Honor, this is Joanne Hennessy. I'm here on one of the cases, but it's the state's jurisdiction at this time.
Sir, I'll be appointing an attorney to represent you. The law offices of Carlos Martinez will be representing you at this time. I have two cases. Are these bench warrants? Three. Okay. Okay, which is the new one? Okay, thank you. So as property after warning, sir, 2025. Mr. Savoy, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, I just woke up.
That's okay. I'm waiting for your attorney. Where is his attorney?
I'm present here, Judge.
Okay, you're there. Okay, any argument as to PC?
Judge, not for the underlying charges, but I do just want to point out that these are bench warrants that we're addressing. I do see on both of them that he is homeless. I don't know that he ever would have received notice of the court date that he missed.
No, I haven't.
We're addressing the new case right now.
I do have the new case. I've created a new case. I will find property dollars, and I believe it's a $500 bond.
Correct, Your Honor. Yeah.
Bond 500. Is there a stairway order? No, okay. I have the other two cases. And one of them, $10,000 bond times 3. And a $10,000 bond on the other. No contact. He was released. Failed to approve. State.
Your Honor, the state would be requesting bond in the amount of the bench warrant.
Any argument from counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, the bench warrant amount seems a bit excessive, especially given his financial status and the fact that he is homeless. I, again, just be requesting that Your Honor set aside the bench warrants at this point. I know that he now has a bond on the new charge. I think that should be more than sufficient.
One, he doesn't have any charge, and he was RR'd before on these cases, and he failed to appear. Is not here at all.
The state would also just be objecting to RR due to the defendant's priors and prior convictions.
Okay, what are those? Do you have those priors? You have those?
Yes, Your Honor, would you go through them all?
Yes. Quick.
Okay, there's E22 for trespassing after warning, adjudication withheld, credit time served, as well as resisting without violence. There was no pros. There's a for defrauding, 1,000 conviction. There's an M25 defrauding 0 to 1,000 conviction with credit time served. There's an M24 defrauding 0 to 1,000 conviction with credit time served. Resisting without violence. There's 2 counts of that. There's also credit time served. There's an M24 for criminal mischief, 200 to 1,000, 2 counts of that. Both result in conviction. Okay,
Thank you. I heard it. And the fact that he has failed to appear and given the chance to come to court and hasn't made himself available on 2562, 30,000 fine. I will keep the bond posted at that time. And on 256947, I believe it's 10,000. Correct. Yes. Okay. You give the bond?
I don't even know.
You could be listed here. Your next case is Kodak.
Good morning, Your Honor. Again, this is Joanne Hennessy. I'm here on the B25-12875 for Jones Hodat. I believe there's a couple of other cases.
Yes, I have 3 cases in front of me. Okay, 2 cases, failure to appear, the one that's performing. Sir, I'll be appointing the office of Carlos Martinez to represent you. It is prohibited camping in Miami Beach, something that occurred June 18th. Any argument, counsel, as to probable cause on behalf of your client?
Yes, Judge, I do have a probable cause argument related to the camping charge specifically. Nowhere in the A form does it allege that he was in possession of any type of camping materials or that he was using anything to shelter himself from the elements. It simply says that he was asleep on the public sidewalk. I don't think that amounts to the required elements for the camping prohibited charge. So I don't believe there's probable cause at this time.
Counsel?
Yeah, I would argue that he was in the door front, which was shelter, and that that sleeping in the public sidewalk in the door front does constitute camping.
One second. In front of a public sidewalk in front of, he is blocking access to employees entering the stores. I'll find probable cause of this one. Okay, and the bond on that case is $150.
I would request standard bond just based on the fact that there's 2 open misdemeanors. And one of them was set for trial. So we would ask for a standard bond to assure his appearance.
That is still $150. Seems reasonable to me. I don't know. So the other 2 cases, 25-10305. He was given an RR before and he failed to appear. State release. Right. There was one. Let me just see a second. Okay, on 25-1030 would be a bond. I believe there's a bench warrant 150s here, but he picked up another case, so 150. This is 157963.
Yeah, no, for the one that ends in 10305, the bench warrant is in the amount of $450. I don't know if you want to do 150, but the amount of the bench warrant is $450.
$450, but it has 3 counts.
But that wouldn't.
Yeah, I have 150 by the
150.
judge on all counts.
150 total.
1 second, PCRR, no PC on count 3 is what was found last time. So PC found on count 1, count 2, ROR on those, and failed to appear. I don't understand why there's 150 on all counts, which is 2 counts. 75 on each count then to be consistent with that.
Count 3 ROI.
And there was no PC found previously on count 3 on the notes that I have.
So release that right?
Yes.
Which count is that? The drug paraphernalia? There was no PC?
Yes, I have notes here because it was in jail arraignments
Okay.
that count 3 was no PC. And he was released outright on that count. So what we're doing here is count 1 and 2, which he was already before. Okay, in 257962, no PC, he was released outright. And then, but there's failed to appear bench warrant of 150, he's here. I have to say, there was no PC outright. Is there something that was filed? I'm gonna ROR him in this right now, because there was no PC found.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Corrections needs clarification on bonds.
Okay, 257962 is 150. No, sorry, it's our forward. 25-10305, count 175, count 275 for 150 total.
Your Honor, when you say 75, it's $75 or 7,500?
Wow, dollars.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, please. And this it? Maria Reynaldo. Is that what I have? Farias.
Yep, Farias.
Morning, Your Honor. Joanne Hennessy for the City of Miami Beach.
Okay. Is he there?
He's not, Judge. Hold on one moment, please. Do you have Farias? Okay. Judge, Mr. Farias is now present and standing to my right. He will need the services of the Spanish interpreter, and I do have a probable cause argument when Your Honor is ready.
Here we have the interpreter here on the appointed office of Carlos Martinez. Mr. Farias to represent you. You were arrested on an indecent exposure, Miami Beach Ordinance 70-1E. What is your argument on the cause, counsel?
Muy bien, señor. Le asigno al bufete de abogados de Carlos Martínez para que le represente. A usted se le imputa haber quebrantado la ordenanza de Miami Beach y es exposición indecente.
Yes, Judge, my argument related to probable cause is that in order to sustain a charge of indecent exposure, there is an added specific intent mens rea requirement that he intended his actions to be lewd, lascivious, or indecent. There's no indication in the A form that speaks to that necessary intent element. It's simply that he was walking around naked, as far as I can tell. That is not sufficient on its own to sustain a charge of indecent exposure, so there's no probable cause here.
La defensa argumenta que no existe causa probable para el delito de exposición indecente, ya que se necesita tener la intención de hacerlo de manera lasciva o de manera indecente, pero no se argumenta nada de esto en el atestado de arresto, simplemente que usted se encontraba caminando desnudo.
Okay, counsel.
I would just argue that it appears he was also yelling, I guess, attracting attention to himself, and on a intersection.
No.
And that therefore he was intentionally exposing himself.
Aparentemente él también estaba gritando, lo cual llamaba atención hacia él, así que tiene el cargo de buscar la atención.
I do believe that there was a crowd and I will find probable cause at this time.
Tengo entendido que también había gente presente, así que encuentro causa probable.
And Your Honor, just based on his priors, which include 2025 indecent exposure adjudication, I would request a elevated bond.
Su señoría, basándonos en sus antecedentes, uno del 2025, que también se le imputa exposición indecente y se le dio un fallo condenatorio, solicito fianza elevada.
I'm assuming this bond's 150, which is the lowest bond. It says bond to be set, and it is an ordinance.
I would ask for $500 bond, Your Honor.
Okay, considering he had a prior case just like this, bond 500.
Ya que usted ha tenido un caso parecido a este hace poco, la fianza va a ser de $500.
Here's a stay order from Shirley Menard, and please, sir, stay away from that individual or that address where you were arrested by or around that vicinity. Okay, no direct contact with that individual.
Muy bien, así como también tiene prohibido tener contacto con el señor Bernard o la dirección donde usted se le arrestó, no puede estar en las áreas circundantes, no puede tener contacto directo o indirecto con el señor Bernard.
Thank you.
Okay, next case is La Rosa Ernesto.
Bien, habla en español, ¿sí? Okay. Yes, Judge, Mr. La Rosa is present and standing to my right. He will need the services of the Spanish interpreter. I do have a probable cause argument when Your Honor would like me to address it.
Hold the offices of Carlos Martinez. And he does need an interpreter, I believe.
Señor La Rosa, se le asigna al bufete de abogados de Carlos Martínez para que le represente.
Okay, what is your argument as to probable cause?
Yes, Judge, specifically with regards to the resisting an officer without violence charge, the only allegations here are that he rode away from them on his bicycle. But given that the other charge here is trespass, and based on the facts contained in the arrest affidavit, it seems that they were merely intending to issue a trespass warning to him. Legally, a trespass warning is a consensual police encounter that a person is allowed to walk away from, which is what he did when he rode away on his bicycle. So I do not believe that there's probable cause specifically to the resisting an officer without violence charge.
La defensa dice que no existe causa probable para el delito de poner resistencia al arresto sin violencia, ya que simplemente usted siguió manejando la bicicleta sin prestar atención, ya que se le iba a imputar el cargo de entrada ilegal. Si usted lee la totalidad del atestado de arresto, para que se pueda emitir, cuando alguien va a emitir una orden o una advertencia de no entrar, tiene que ser un encuentro consensuado con la policía, y él ejerció su derecho y simplemente se marchó.
Your Honor, the officer recognized him as having given him warnings in the past and arrested him in the past at that property. He gave him several commands to stop, and the defendant left. He gave him more commands to stop, and he refused to stop. And then the officer said to pursue him with their vehicle while he was riding away on his bicycle, and he continued to go the opposite direction of the police officers.
Okay, thank you. They did tell him to stop several times, police officers. However, there's two resisting without violence counts. So as to count one, it'll be PC, count two, PC, and count three, no PC. I think that's duplicitous.
So we can go right on to the Honor.
And it released, yes, on count three, there is no PC, so released outright on that count. Okay. And on the other counts would be $500 each for standard.
And Your Honor, just to advise the court, he has a hold for immigration.
Okay, immigration hold. Okay. Sir, you have a hold from immigration. So even if you do post these bonds, you still have the hold from immigration. You have to deal with that.
There's also a stay with it.
And there is also a stay order I'm going to issue. You are to stay away from Samir International Inc. 617 Southwest 47th Port, Miami 33134.
Your Honor, would you mind repeating just the number, the street number?
Sure. It is 671.
I couldn't get that, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
671.
671 Southwest.
What is the remainder?
They were
Yes.
671 Southwest 47th Court, Miami, Florida.
Thank you. Muy bien, señor La Rosa. Entonces, se encuentra causa probable para el cargo número 1, fianza $500. Causa probable para el cargo número 2, fianza $500, fianza estándar. Para el cargo número 3 no existe causa probable, por eso usted va a ser liberado de inmediato, pero se le informa que usted tiene una retención migratoria, así que aunque usted pague la fianza, tiene que primero lidiar con la retención migratoria. Su señoría también emite una orden de alejamiento. Usted tiene prohibido acercarse al 671 Southwest 47 Court en Miami, Florida, 33134.
Okay, next case, Brenton Anthony.
¿Cuál es su- Mr. Batten, right? Do you speak English, sir? Yeah, okay, great.
McCollum Law Offices, Carlos Martinez to represent you. You've been charged with trespass, property after warning, and unlawful possession of 4 or fewer identifications, it looks like. Okay, any argument as to probable cause, counsel?
Judge, I do not have any probable cause arguments at this time. I would just like to address the amount of the bond when Your Honor would like.
Go ahead.
All right, Judge, just again, going off of the arrest affidavit, it appears that Mr. Bratton is homeless. I'm requesting that he be released on his own recognizance and given a date certain on homeless calendar so he can address his case.
Okay, any priors on him or?
Honor, the defendant has one open case, P25009843, for parking after hours. It's still an open case, but that is the only prior I have in common. That's the only local prior I have.
Okay. And that is an open case where? Here?
Yes, Your Honor, and
Misdemeanor?
yes, B202.
That's the homeless section.
I just saw B202.
Okay, so we're gonna put it back in the homeless section and ask to, it has an open case, I really not gonna release it. I'll lower the bond to 250. And the stay away order, please. Sir, you are to stay away from lifeboat brutality for street on the beach or Miami Beach. I guess that's right on the beach. So stay away from that, please.
Your Honor, you're putting him on a misdemeanor?
Yes, misdemeanor.
What is the misdemeanor case?
Misdemeanor case is
B25.
B25-012890. Okay, next case, Mike Lewis. Is that the next case? 1 second, yes. Lewis Shembra.
Your Honor, for Michael, he was very disruptive. We had to take him back, so it'll be a reset for tomorrow.
Okay, so reset.
I was disruptive.
No, not you, sir. Not you, sir.
Okay, there you go. This is a reset. Okay, so now we're on Albert Michael. Mr. Michael, member of the law office, Carlos Martinez to represent you. The lawyer is right next to you, church criminal initiative. $200 or less, if you petty fact, June 18th, that's when that occurred. Any arguments for probable cause, counsel?
No, Your Honor, I don't have any arguments for probable cause at this time, but again, I do want to point out that Mr. Albert is homeless. I'm just requesting that he be ROR'd and given a date certain on homeless calendar so we can address this.
Date?
Your Honor, the state would be objecting to ROR due to the defendant's priors and prior convictions. We would be requesting the standard bond of $150 on count 1 and $150 on count 2.
Yeah, find probable cause count 1 and 2. And we'll standard bond. And sir, you are to stay away from Publix at 911 Southwest First Street.
Am I being RR today?
No, you're not gonna be RR today.
What's the bond, Your Honor?
Okay, give me that case again so I can tell them what the bond is, yeah. And so the bond is count 1, 150, count 2, 150.
Wrong thing.
And tomorrow is the 20th.
Thank
Okay, next case, Alberto Ramos. Mr. Ramos will be appointed to office Carlos Martinez to represent you. At this time, you're being charged with petty theft, something that occurred June 18th. Any argument as to the petty theft, counsel?
No, Your Honor, I don't have any probable cause arguments at this time.
I'll find probable cause. No, count 1, probable cause. And the standard bond is 150. Is there a stay away order at this time? Okay. Yes, sir, you are to stay away, Mr. Ramos. You are to stay away from CVS at 9720 Southwest A Street.
Yes, well.
Thank you. In Monroe, Daniel Rash, Monroe. This one?
Mr. Monroe.
Is this Mr. Monroe? Mr. Monroe?
Yes, Judge, this is Mr. Monroe, and he does not need the services of the interpreter.
You were released and you failed to appear. And there's bench out. And you are to stay away from the dollar store at 32957 South Dixie Highway, Florida City. There's a bench for $10,000. In this case, there is an information file as well already. And, counsel, anything from you?
One moment, Judge. I just want to confirm if he had the right address at the time, just to see if he received notice. One moment, please. Judge, I just completed speaking with Mr. Monroe. It appears that the address that is listed on the arrest affidavit is not the proper address for him. I don't know that he ever received proper notice of his court date.
And what is your address now, sir?
11845 Southwest 186th Street.
I'm sorry, 118?
45 Southwest 186th Street.
186th Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you lived at that address?
Oh, I just moved up.
Okay, so you have an obligation when you move to let the court know your new address.
I didn't know that.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens is happening today that you had a bench where you failed to appear and you were not in court. Okay?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
You know, you need to do that, okay? Okay. What is the standard bond for this usually is it is a petty theft. We'll reduce the bond because of that. We'll bond. Was the petty theft $1,000?
No,
150 normally.
150? Okay. So 250 at this time. Okay. Bond. And there's a stay away order for the dollars. Don't forget that. Okay. Thank you. Next, please. Let me see. Sean.
Right on the 10,000.
Peterson David.
Mr. Peterson?
David.
Yep. Yes, Judge, Mr. Peterson is present and standing to my right. He does not need the services of the Spanish interpreter. I do have a probable cause argument when Your Honor is prepared to address it.
Mr. Peterson, your attorney is going to make an argument. You have 2 charges, resisting an officer without violence and a petty theft. What is your argument, counsel?
Yes, Judge, from what I can tell, based on the facts alleged here in the arrest affidavit, the officer who attempted to stop Mr. Peterson was working an off-duty detail at Home Depot. There's no indication that he was wearing his police uniform or any other indicia of the fact that he was a law enforcement officer. In order to sustain a charge of resisting an officer without violence, the suspect needs to know that the person who is addressing them is in fact a law enforcement officer. That is not clear from the facts contained within the 4 corners of the arrest affidavit, so I don't believe that there's probable cause for the resisting an officer without violence charge.
State your concur.
Yes, Your Honor.
They have to know he's an officer. Okay, I'll find no probable cause as to count 1.
It doesn't say that he identified himself, but it does say that he asked him to go to the security office with him.
Well, that's scary. I don't know who that is. So no PCF count 1, and probable cause as to count 2. And count 2, the petty theft bond on that count, I believe it's 150.
Yes, Judge.
Your Honor, did you say count 1 was no PC?
Correct.
Yes. So RR on that count and a bond on the second count is 150. Sir, you are to stay away from Home Depot.
You want me to release outright or roll?
Or, well, it's released outright, really.
It's a different.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Released outright is what I want. Okay, so stay away from Home Depot, 3030 Southwest 8th Street. Sir, do not go by that store. If not, you will be arrested. Okay, Marcos Barodria.
I believe he bonded out already, Judge.
It's a bond out. Corrections.
Yeah, bond we're ring here.
Okay.
I don't know.
Corrections, is that a bond out? Marcos?
Wilson is a bond out.
Okay, Wilson is a bond out.
Apologies, Judge, my notes were off.
Okay, Marcos Patrea. So this is the bond out, Wilson.
Your Honor, can we pass him for a minute?
For 1 second.
These two didn't come, right? This one? Okay, so he's next.
Yeah.
But he's not here, right? Yeah,
Okay,
but.
so we're passing Marcos.
Pass him.
Okay, Hasan Omari.
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach. This is the state's case. At this time, I'm just announcing my appearance.
Okay, I'll be appointing law offices of Carlos Martinez to represent you. Any argument as to probable cause, sir, you've been charged with possession of cannabis and also camping, which is prohibited on Miami Beach.
Yes, Your Honor, I do have an argument with regards to probable cause specifically for the marijuana possession charge. Medical cannabis is legal in the state of Florida. There's no indication in the 4 corners of the A form that Mr. Kaysen does not possess a medical marijuana card. And there's no indication in any of the facts in the A form that officers ever even asked him if he had a medical marijuana card or not. So absent those facts, I don't believe there's probable cause for the cannabis possession charge specifically.
It was in small clear baggies, 20 grams. Kate?
Your Honor, the argument is going to be that he was never, there's no indication that he didn't have a card. There's no indication that he did have a card either. The officers found him with cannabis on him. He did not present a card to those officers.
Right, but it's the state's burden to prove it.
He also has a South Carolina driver's license, so I don't know if he would even be able to get a card here with a different driver's license. I don't know how that works, but it does note that he has a South Carolina driver's license.
I'll find probable cause as to count 1. And hey, if you do have that card, you can produce it for your trial. And on count 2, on the camping, I will find PC on that as well. Okay. As to count 1, there'll be a $500 bond. And as to count 2, it'll be a $150 bond.
Judge, would you consider lowering the amount of the bond or even consider releasing him on his own recognizance based on the A4? Mr. Kaysen is homeless. I don't believe he has ability to pay.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would be objecting to releasing him on his own recognizance just due to his prior convictions.
Based on that, it's standard bond. We'll stay. This is all one.
Next one is
Gardner, William.
Gardner.
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach on B25, 6432.
Six, 4, 3, 2. You're on that case. Okay. And so I'm addressing, sir, I'm appointing the law office of Carlos Martinez to represent at this time. So 1 second, let me just look at this. Okay, he has insurance.
Just to be clear, there's also a 25-12335 that's a Miami Beach case.
25, 1, 2, 3, 3, 5. Okay, I have that as well. Okay. All the other cases that I have, they have a entry. Well, the one I'm dealing with now is the trespass. I need one served June 18th of 2025. And the argument as to PC on that case.
No, Judge, I don't have any probable cause arguments at this time.
Find probable cause. And the standard bond on this trespass case is it $500? 1 second.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as to his other cases, if I did that right. Okay. Okay. All right, as to the other cases, 25, 1, 2, 3, 3, 5.
All right. I'd request the warrants be converted to bonds for both for this case.
Why didn't I hear you?
All right, and Judge, if I can address the warrants briefly.
Go ahead. There's from what I see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 warrant cases, and all the cases have a $500 warrant.
Right. And yes, Judge, I'm just noticing from the dates that those were issued, it doesn't appear that they were ever issued on a Wednesday. Wednesday is the date that homeless calendar usually occurs in the criminal courthouse. So I'm not sure that he was ever actually given a date certain for homeless calendar specifically. Again, the A form says that he is homeless. I'm asking that, I mean, first of all, I don't think that he has the ability to pay any bond whatsoever. I also think that it would be more productive if we can give him a date certain now to address this on homeless calendar. I think the failures to appear are due to the fact that he hasn't been given a date certain, and there's no way for him to receive mail.
It was, and many of these cases have warrants dating back to April as well. And so he was given an opportunity to come in, I believe, in that, and he did not. So what I'll do is on these cases, I'll lower the bonds. Okay, there's a bench warrant, so 1, 2, 3, 5, 0. Okay. Bond again 50.
Your Honor, so on the bench warrants is going to be 150 and on the new case 500?
Yes. Just because there's a discrepancy. No, 150 each. Unless you want me to change that. Okay. He is homeless, and so that's why those were reduced, and he is in court right now. And he should go to the calendar to address all these things.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, this concludes this case. Off to the next case. Is this the next case, Turner?
The next case should be.
Turner, Robbie. Turner, Robbie.
Good morning, Your Honor. Could I ask one quick question? I was one of the attorneys waiting.
Yes, go ahead.
I have a client who got picked up last night, Juan Carlos Padilla. I just wasn't sure if he was going to be on this morning, so I just didn't want to.
Is Juan Carlos Padilla on? Can someone look that up? He's an add-on. They added him on. Is that
He's
an
gonna add on to the calendar at the end of the calendar. Yes, he's on here. What is it?
Is that? It's on page 9. Okay. Why don't we call the private attorneys if they have anything right now? Okay, can we do that from the jail? Because they've been waiting all morning. Okay, so what is the name of your client?
It's Juan Carlos Padilla, Padilla.
Okay, I see it. Can I have that file? Mr. Padilla's file?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you're welcome. Just speak up. Okay? I'm going through this. Is Mr. Padilla there? Can he be brought up, please?
429.
Is this all I have in Mr. Padilla?
49. Sorry.
Okay.
It's okay. I couldn't hear it either.
And Judge, Mr. Padilla is present now.
You have your attorney here, counsel. Would you like to announce?
Good morning, David McGilligan on behalf of Juan Carlos Padilla.
Okay. Mr. Padilla, I have an arrest affidavit June 18th, and it has 2 counts on here. Both of them are misdemeanor second-degree violation of carrying concealed weapon and firearm license, and also use or failure on the alcoholic beverage at a facility. Any argument as to probable cause?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think one bond was already $150. We'd ask just for the same bond on the other charge.
Okay, misdemeanor second degree is at 150?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Count 1, count 2. I'll find probable cause, 150 bond. PC count 2, 150 bond. Right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a nice morning.
Okay, likewise. Any other attorneys on the misdemeanor calendars? Okay, next case, Turner. Bobby Turner.
So yeah, you're in prison? You're incarcerated. Last thing I see is from, hold on.
January 21st, 2021, sir. I got arrested.
Okay.
I just did 4.
Yeah,
This isn't in order, that's why.
At the petty theft resisting violence. I have a stay away order here. Mr. Turner, you are to stay away from 5850 Southwest 73rd Street, South Miami. You are not to be near or close to that address. Okay. There was a bench warrant on count 1 for $500, bench warrant count 2 for $1,000 for your failure to appear. And this case dates back to 2021, July 16th, 2021. You failed to appear November 17th, 2020 and July 16th, 2021.
Yep, and Your Honor, if I could address that, based on what I'm seeing in his priors, I believe he was incarcerated during that time. He was sentenced in 2021, I think, to 5 years in prison.
When were you sentenced?
Sentenced in 2023.
Your Honor, I was sentenced in 2023.
Your Honor, he has a out on probation case, F-17-732.
Okay, if it's 2023, these things happen in 2020 and 2021 where you failed to appear. Okay, that's what I have here. Okay, so based on that, as to count one, $500 bond, count two, $1,000 bond.
Judge, I am seeing on the second page of his priors, though, it looks like there was a burglary charge that was closed in 2017 with a sentence of 5 years in prison, so that would have accounted for the overlap.
2017, when were you released?
When were you released?
Your Honor, I was released on the 31st. I was incarcerated the whole time.
But when were you released?
The 31st of last month, Your Honor. Saturday. I've only been home 3 weeks.
And F20.
I got arrested January 21st, 2021. My court date was on
July 16th.
July 16th. There was no way I was going to be able to attend court because I wasn't free. I was incarcerated. I would have thought they would have ran it concurrent with my current, my situation.
State orders, priors?
Your Honor, there's a, do you want me to read everything? There's an F-22 L&L exhibition in the correction facility. That was no action. There's also an F-21 robbery, set and snatch, convicted and sentenced. Elderly, convicted and sentenced. And cocaine possession, convicted and sentenced. And there's also an F-20 crim miss, 1,000 plus, and a burglary of an unoccupied dwelling. That was no action.
Okay, thank you. So you have a bond now, not a bench warrant on this case. It's $500 on one and $1,000 on the other. Is a, this is Bobby. Mr. Turner, there is a stay away order. Like I told you, from the South Miami address, 5850 Southwest 73rd.
Your Honor, so the bonds remain 500 and 1,000?
Yes.
Okay, also, he's out on felony bond on F-17. Hold on.
Out on felony bond?
He's out on probation.
Okay, so that bond should be revoked.
I don't know if you want to hold him on the case till tomorrow.
Do a felony hold because of
It's
that.
F-17, 732.
Yeah, we'll do felony hold. Let me write it down in the file, 1 second.
Felony. Just all you first is felony hold in the case on.
What is the case number again?
F-17, 732, Your Honor.
New charge.
That's the one that you were in jail for.
Yeah, thank you.
You're gonna sign a public defender. One of us is gonna call you the next 3 days and figure this out. Okay.
Hello, Rene, and Adrian, I can't pronounce the first name. Mestre Cabello. Mestre Cabello.
That's what I think.
He's a bond out, Your Honor.
Bond out, okay. Is Sanchez Carlos?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Sanchez is present and standing to my right. He will need the services of the interpreter. I do not have any probable cause arguments at this time. I would like to address the amount of the bond when possible.
Yes, sir. Your appointed office to CollectCallFrom, Mr. Representative.
Señor, le asigno al bufete de abogados de Carlos Martínez para que le represente.
Okay, you're being charged with a misdemeanor in the first degree, trespass after warning, something that occurred June 18th.
A usted se le imputa un delito menor de primer grado, que es entrada ilegal luego de haber sido advertido, algo que sucedió el 18 de junio del 2025.
Okay, I'll find probable cause. What's your argument, counsel?
Encuentro causa probable.
Well, yes, there's no probable cause argument, but regarding the amount of the bond, Mr. Sanchez is homeless, so any bond would be tantamount to no bond at all. I do also want to point out his priors are they're all minor ordinances or misdemeanors, every single one of which has been null prossed. He does not have any prior convictions whatsoever. And these are things like doing business on the sidewalk. So in other words, panhandling or trespassing, like all of these charges are just things that are associated with being a homeless person in Miami. It's not, I don't think he's done anything I don't think he poses any danger to this community whatsoever. I'm just asking that he be released on his own recognizance and given a date certain on on the homeless calendar to address his case.
Okay,
No
thank you.
objection, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. Yes, took on talking counsel, having agreement in court. Okay, so, RR, and then on the homeless calendar, please. And there's a stereo order, sir, from Walmart. You stay away from Walmart at 1425 Northeast 163rd Street. And again, when is the homeless calendar?
July
July.
16th.
Yeah, July 16th, Your Honor. And now they got courtroom 6-7.
Right this time.
Your Honor, July 16, 9 a.m. Which courtroom?
6-7.
Thank you, ma'am.
There you go.
Muy
How you
bien.
doing? It's Martin McCarthy in 4F. How are you today?
Señor Sánchez,
You
su
were so nice
señoría,
to send up the plumber the
I'm
other
sorry,
day.
there's someone
We're also
talking.
having
on
an
the
issue
laptop.
with the
Can you
air
please
conditioning
mute
in the
yourself?
guest bedroom.
Mr.
It's leaking
McCarty,
out of
please mute your
the
microphone.
ceiling vents.
Martin McCarty, can you please mute your microphone?
Señor Sánchez, su señoría lo pone a usted, ya que usted se encuentra en situación de calle, su señoría lo pone a usted en libertad bajo palabra y en el programa TAP. Pero también le pide, por favor, que no se acerque a la tienda
me
Walmart ubicada en la
Give me
calle
like
163
5 minutes
en
and can you
Miami,
run
Florida.
500 and I'll give you the balance on Friday.
Someone please,
Su
mute their
siguiente,
microphone because we're hearing them in court. Thank you.
su siguiente audiencia, señor Sánchez, va a ser el 16 de julio a las 9 de la mañana en la sala 6-7.
We're recalling Marcos
Your
Baturia.
Honor, I'm so sorry. For Mr. Carlos Sanchez, you gave him TAP or you gave him ROR?
RR.
Okay, thank you.
Marcos Baturia.
He hasn't come in as of yet. As soon as he comes in, Your Honor, we'll take him.
Okay, put him there. Okay. Desraving Enrique Lloyd Jr.
Yes, ma'am. How are you today?
Okay. And I'll appoint the law office of Carlos Martinez to represent you. You've been arrested on a misdemeanor in the first degree indecent exposure. Any argument as to probable cause?
No, Your Honor, I don't have any probable cause arguments at this time.
I will find probable cause on that count. And there is a stereo order, sir. We'll determine bond in a second. A stereo order from Miriam Esteves. Please stay away from that individual. No contact, social media, phone call, or showing up. Okay. Now, as to this charge, is there a standard bond on this? Mhm.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe it's $500.
Okay, any objection to the standard bond at this time? Any other priors?
Judge, I would like to point out that it appears that all of his other priors have been null prossed or dismissed. I don't see any convictions whatsoever.
Okay, $500 bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Rabinovich Daniel.
Rabinovich?
Yes, sir.
You speaking English, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. All right. Yes, Judge, Mr. Rabinovich is present and standing to my right. He does not need the services of the Spanish interpreter.
The appointed law offices of Carlos Martinez to represent misdemeanor, first degree trespass, the property after warning. So you're arrested on also disorderly intoxication, something that happened June 18th. Any argument, counsel, on your client's behalf?
No, Judge, I don't have any probable cause arguments at this time.
As to count one, I'll find probable cause. As to count two, I will find probable cause as well. And as to the bond for trespass, $500, and disorderly $150 for a total of $650. Hoyas, Willie Hoyas. Mr. Hoyas, Willie Hoyas. Mr. Hoyas, I'll appoint you office of Carlos Martinez. You've been charged with resisting an officer without violence and also a trespass property after warning. Counsel, any argument as to probable cause?
Yes, Judge, I do have a probable cause related to the trespass charge. The officer states that my client is known to him from previous encounters, but there's nothing in the A form alleging that there's any kind of agreement between Walgreens and the police department allowing them to trespass people from those premises. There's also no mention of any no trespassing signs at all. So I don't think that they would be able to argue that it was via posting. As far as I can tell, there's no indication within the four corners of the A form that this officer had any legal authority or legal duty to issue that trespass warning. And if he did not have a legal duty to issue a trespass warning, then there can also be no resisting an officer without violence charge, because a legal duty is a requirement. It's one of the required elements of resisting an officer without violence.
It says trespass after warning. I don't think it needs to be posted anywhere, but Stan?
That's correct, Your Honor. He had previous warning not to return to that property. It is a private business. And as to the resisting, he was being placed in handcuffs and turned his body and moved his right arm. That would be the resisting.
Okay, at this time I will find probable cause for count one on count two.
There's a second.
1 second. And there is a stay away order, sir. You are to stay away from that Walgreens 3103 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami. Let's keep a bond on count one, $500. Count two, it's a $500 bond as well. Okay, Fernandez, Garcia.
Yes, Judge, Mr. Fernandez Garcia is present and standing to my right. He will need the services of the Spanish interpreter.
I have a bench warrant, please, and I also have Mr. Garcia, offices of Carlos Martinez. You picked up a petty theft, misdemeanor in the first degree. Any argument as to that, counsel?
No, Your Honor, I don't have any probable cause arguments at this time.
PC as to that count, and that is, we see the money in on that. Petty theft would be $500 bond. $500 on case number 2512938. And as to 2424042, there is a bench warrant for $1,000 that was issued December 17th of 2024. Failed here on that date and the prior date. There was information. Okay. On that case bond, do I get a $500 bond on that? Bench warrant $1,000. This case is old.
500 and 1,000, correct?
Please stay away from home
Okay. Mira, ya pusieron su fianza a 1,500. Entonces se puede pagar la fianza, ya puede salir, ya le quitaron
Okay.
los
And Irante Arnaldo.
Si no paga, se queda ahí.
Sorry, Your Honor, who are you calling next?
Durante Arnaldo, which is an add-on.
The case number?
What is the case number? Clerk? I don't need.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't even have an A form here.
Did you get that case number?
Your Honor, for Mr. Duarte Ornado, he did not come. He's from out of facility. He's from Metro West and he refused court.
He's from Metro West. Okay. Okay, so let's reset. For tomorrow, which is the 20th.
I'll take it.
Okay, Pedro Mozora.
Number 49.
Pedro Mozora.
Your Honor, Mr. Monzora has, he has a felony case that he'll be in front of Your Honor on the felony that is related to the misdemeanor, and he's also out on felony bond on F-25-8299.
Okay, so on that bond, on that felony bond, he should have revoked that bond, no bond if he's out on felony, he picked up.
Your Honor, Mr. Monzana, he refused court.
Oh, I see. So would this be reset for tomorrow?
Yes.
Let's reset for tomorrow. Thank you. Rodriguez Steven.
47.
Rodriguez Steven.
You speak English?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Judge, Mr. Rodriguez is present and standing to my right. He does not need the services of the interpreter.
Hey, Mr. Rodriguez, standing next to his attorney, I'll appoint them to represent you here today. You've been arrested and camping, prohibited camping in Miami Beach. I don't know whether the attorney from Miami Beach here is not. Any argument as to probable cause, counsel?
Judge, I do not have any argument as to probable cause. I would just like to point out for the court's attention that Mr. Rodriguez is homeless and he was charged with camping on the beach. I'm requesting that he be released on his own recognizance and giving a date certain on the homeless calendar so we can address this.
His state prior to me?
Your Honor, is this is the camping charge? Can you just give me the case number so I have the case number and the name?
Case number B2512945.
And Rodriguez is the last name?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I will find problem.
I'm not sure what the priors are because it's an add-on, so the standard bond is 150.
Homeless. I don't have the priors. Was he ever on the homeless calendar? Do we know? Okay, based on that, I will ROR him, and he is to appear back in court on July 16th at 9 a.m. 6-7.
Thank you.
Sir, you need to come back to court on that day.
This is your new court date, July 16th.
Honor, Your Honor, also, is there a possible stay away order? I don't have the A form.
Yeah, let me see the form.
Okay. If you go to the building and you're having trouble finding this courtroom.
It happened on South Coast Park, 1 Washington Avenue, Beaver Beach. So, sir, you want to stay away from South Coast Park.
Go back to South Park. Okay.
Thank you.
So you can take this with you. That's your next court date, okay? All right, we're gonna let you out today. All right, goodbye. Take care.
Okay. Reynald.
Good, how you doing? Sorry.
Your Honor, Romeo Diaz Garcia.
Is that the one that we passed?
Is he right, Reynald Romulus?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just did with the add-on Stephen Rodriguez.
Yes. Do we have another one?
But before on the calendar, before Romulus, it's Romeo Diaz Garcia. It's okay if we're skipping around. I just wasn't sure.
No, that's
Okay.
Okay, so this case before me now, I have Reynald Romulus, and I have several
Yeah,
things here.
he's off calendar.
Yes, this one's off calendar. Okay.
So they're both off.
Romulus off calendar? Who's in front of me now?
Judge, this is Mr. Reynald Romulus.
Okay, so I do have Mr. Romulus in front of me.
Yes, the gentleman that's not here is Diaz Garcia. He's off calendar.
All right, Diaz Garcia. And I think that's what they wanted to know before. Okay, what I have before me here is several cases. Sir, I'll appoint the law office of Carlos Martinez to represent you operating while driver's license suspended, expired, DL, no vehicle registration. I believe these are the things that you have been charged with at this. And is there a warrant? Are these warrant cases as well?
The first case on top of the warrant, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. This case and then the other ones, I don't know.
Didn't issue a bench warrant amount, so he's not in custody. Honestly.
Okay, these two. He's just in custody on the warrant case. Okay, on the one that's before me. Okay. So is there a reason why you didn't come to court on when you were supposed to on that day?
Yeah, because my baby mama, I don't have no place to say that's down. My baby mama kicked me out, you know, because I was on the street, stealing people from the house. So right now I found me a place to stay.
Okay, because these warrants date back to 20. One of them, actually, the misdemeanor case is April 17th, 2023, that you failed to appear. And on the other one as well. Is there a reason? Do you have an address now?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your address right now?
It's 1230 Northwest, 204 Terrace.
I'm sorry, what is it?
1230 Northwest, 204 Terrace.
204 Terrace?
Yeah, 204 Terrace.
Okay, is that Miami?
Yes, it's Azuri in Miami.
There's no bond on these? Or
Second, the two of them. No, he wasn't taken on that.
he wasn't?
No.
So all I'm doing is this bench warrant, this one and this one, okay, which is actually $1,500 combined, okay. Just see this address, which is a different address from where you are right now. You always have an obligation to let the court know if you change your address, okay? Because if you don't do that, there will be warrants issued if you don't show up to court, and you really can't claim that you really didn't get, proper notice to come to court, okay? As to these cases, the bench warrant on 2022-20929. What is the charge? 1 second. Petty theft is usually, okay, there'll be a bond of $500 on that case. As to the traffic, there's a bond of $500. The bench warrant, I'll reduce that to 500 as well. Second, we'll set at 500. Okay, clerk, did you get that on 22-20929? I believe corrections 500, and on the other bench warrant case 500 as well.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Frank Gongora,
Too low on your bench warrant, so they're each 500.
Frank Gongora,
One is $1,000 total, 500 for each count. Yeah. If you pay, you can get that.
individual here.
Right. Wait, sir. Do you speak Spanish or Espanol? Okay. Judge, Mr. Gongora is present and standing to my right. He needs the services of the Spanish interpreter, please.
Thank you. You have the interpreter, sir. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. He's sitting right next to you. Okay, the offices of Carlos Martinez. Second. State, as to this case, this is a pretty old case. Can you shed some light for the court? It goes back to October 2024. It says it was an offer of adjudication, CTS 45 days. He left mid-plea. December 10th, there was a bench warrant of $5,000. June 17th of 2025. What does this say? No.
Motion to set aside bench warrant.
Motion to set aside bench warrant. No, this is what I mean. Okay. State asked bench warrant, $5,000. He's here. It's an old case.
Muy bien, señor. Usted tiene a su abogado que lo representa parado al lado de usted. Él es parte del bufete de abogados de Carlos Martínez. Este es un caso antiguo, data de octubre del 2014. Veo que el caso por el cual está acá se le dio un fallo condenatorio, crédito por tiempo cumplido, 45 días, luego el 10 de diciembre y luego 17 de junio. La fiscalía pide que la orden de captura se mantenga con una fianza de $5,000.
And what is his prior state? Just real quick.
No, there's one from B13 for earlier intoxication that was violence or from cross. There was an M14 boundary, also no cross, and there's an F24 aggravated battery, bodily harm with weapon. There was no action, and it was a about violence that is the case.
Yeah, this is a reason to not violence. $5,000 bench warrant award, beyond 2,500. And there's also another case, sir, which is an operating vehicle, driver's license suspended. On that case, it's a bond of 150, so the bond would be set at 150.
Muy bien, entonces Your Honor, what happened with the bench warrant? I'm so sorry. 5,000?
2,500 bond.
$500.
This bond for 2,500.
La orden de captura 2,500 y por el delito de manejar con la licencia de conducir suspendida son 150.
Right. The next.
La moto que yo conducía no necesita licencia de conducir.
Se puede hablar con su abogado. ¿Qué le van a ¿Alguien le vaya a
Lázaro Secada.
English or Spanish? Spanish. Okay. Yes, Judge, Mr. Secada is present and standing to my right. He will need the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Hey, Mr. Secada.
He has a hold for immigration.
Okay, so there's a hold, immigration hold. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Secada, reckless driving causing property damage. We do have a hold from immigration. And on this case, there'll be a bond of $500.
Señor Secada, usted tiene una retención migratoria, a usted se le imputa manejo imprudente causando daños a la propiedad privada. La fianza es de $500.
Next is Sergio Linares Martinez.
Your Honor, this is Joanne Hennessy for the City of Miami Beach. Could I just confirm the misdemeanor portion of the jail arraignment calendar is completed and the remaining cases are traffic.
Yes, we're completed. We're going on with traffic here. Thank you.
And if I could be excused then, Your Honor.
Yes, you're excused. Thank you, nice.
Thank you. Good day.
Serio. Sí, hablas español, sí? Sí. All right. And Judge Mr. Leonis Martinez is present and standing to my right, he will need the services of a Spanish interpreter.
In 1 second. Okay, I have 2 cases before me, and you are. Oh, I just want to make sure of this. Driving license suspended. It's one of them, sir. And the other one is an infraction. So, and there is a bench warrant of $1,500 that was issued June 9th at the arraignment, because you failed to appear on the day.
Muy bien, señor Linares Martínez, usted tiene 2 causas frente a mí. Una es por manejar con la licencia de conducir suspendida y la otra es una infracción de tránsito. También tiene una orden de captura en su contra de $1,500 por no haberse presentado el día de la instrucción de cargos.
Sir, what is your address?
Señor, ¿cuál es su dirección?
2701 de Southwest y la 92 Avenue.
2701 Southwest 92nd Avenue.
How long have you been living at that address?
¿Hace cuánto que vive usted en dicha dirección?
Hace 3 meses en casa de mi mujer.
3 months. That's my wife's house.
Okay. All right. So you always need to let the court know if you change your address. They will give you notice to be in court. And if you don't give them your correct address, you cannot get notice. Okay. As to this bench warrant, so obviously we'll set aside and post a bond, do a bond at this time. Okay. This is suspended. $1,000 bond.
Your Honor, you're elevating the bond?
I believe the bond was $1,500.
Is this for Lazaro Sakata?
No, it's
No, Sergio Leonis Martinez. It's $1,500. It's $1,000, but $500. He gave a different address instead of that address. Wendell.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I'm so sorry again. So for DWLS, how much is the bond?
1,000.
Thank you, Your Honor. Muy bien, señor, por favor, es importante que usted actualice su dirección con el tribunal para que pueda recibir la notificación de comparecencia a la dirección correcta. Se deja sin efecto la orden de captura en su contra y se establece una fianza de $1,000 por manejar con una licencia de conducir suspendida.
Wendell. Wendell. Mr. Wendell, you have your attorney next to you.
Your Honor, Mr. Lee has a felony case that is not related to the bench warrant. He'll be back on your bond hearing calendar.
Okay. Okay, sir, on this case, there is a bench warrant of $1,500 that was issued December 8th of 2023. It's a traffic infraction, not an infraction, it's actually a criminal suspended, your driving license suspended, okay? And so at this time, bond will be set at $1,000. Okay, next case.
Next case is Leonel Alonzo.
I have Mr. Alonzo, Dionel Alonzo.
Judge, Mr. Alonso is present and standing to my right. He needs the services of the Spanish interpreter, please.
Okay, sir, we have you have a bench warrant, and this is on a no valid driver's license. I believe that you were driving one, and this was 4/16/2024. Can you tell me your address? Do you have an address?
Muy bien, usted se encuentra acá por una orden de captura en su contra por manejar sin una licencia de conducir vigente. Esto es del 16 de abril del 2024. ¿Me pudiese dar su dirección actual?
Sí, 189-33 Southwest, 96 Avenida, Rutter Bay, 33157.
18933 Southwest, 96th Avenue, Cutler Bay, Florida, 33157.
No, so that's the address on the actual ticket.
De hecho, esa es la dirección que aparece en el citatorio.
$1,500 bond.
Fianza, $1,500.
Next case, Antoine Campbell.
Campbell. Yep.
Campbell, I have a ticket here, no charge driving license suspended. There's a bench warrant of $100. That's what I have. Is that correct? I just had $100. Curious. Yeah, just put it lower for some reason for this one. Okay, we'll leave it at that, $100.
$100, so you can pay that, you can get out. All right,
Oh.
That's it.
Awesome. Yes. Okay, next case is Abriel Vargas.
Wait, what happened with Hernandez Ramos?
Get later.
It's almost as a female.
I'm speaking English, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. What's the right address for you? 627.
Okay, is this Mr. Vargas?
That was the problem with everything. That's why I got the board.
Is this Mr. Vargas?
Yes, Judge, this is Mr. Vargas. He speaks English. He does not need the services of the interpreter. He has informed me that the address listed on this warrant or his arrest affidavit is incorrect. So I believe that might be why he failed to appear at court.
Sir, you have a bond of $25,000. It's an arrest warrant. Is this what I'm looking at?
All of these.
All of these are him? Okay.
All three of these.
All three of these are. Ooh. This is why the bond. Okay, thank you.
Very important.
Yeah, I would get a letter.
Okay, sir, you have a driving license knowingly violation. And they're all driving with license suspended, and then you have infractions attached to them as well. So let's take one at a time.
Okay.
Okay, as to, I believe, AL9YAPE, which is the case number. Okay, the $25,000 bond, can you shed light on the court? Is that what you're asking?
The defendant has no priors, so I would not object if you wanted to give him a lower bond.
Yeah, sure, the bond is high because I have so many cases. I do have all the cases. Okay, bond at this time. This is a huge bond, $5,000.
Sorry, Your Honor, you said 25,000 or 5,000?
5,000 and as to ALHCWSE, $500. As to AL9YXRE, $1,000 bond. At $1,000 bond. Have you know? Any other? What's the case? Marcos Pereira? No. Okay.
Okay, we can head out. She lowered the amount. Because they had
So that's the Timothy Kyle Alexander.
Public defender will work with PST.
Equals his name. Okay, 1 second. April Williams. I apologize. April Williams.
Which? Where are we at right now?
William Miranda?
Yes. April.
Your Honor, Mr. Miranda also has a related felony. He'll be back on your calendar on bond hearing.
And sorry, was Merville a bond out?
Merville's.
Okay.
Yeah, Marville was a bond out.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. You're here on the driving license suspended charge. And we have an attorney next to you.
No, okay.
And the bond. Wait 1 second. I'll hear this in the phone. Okay, as to this case, I'm $50 bond. Okay, that's, let me just look at this 1 second. I just. I know, right? Okay, I still have a couple of others as to ALHCWSE, and
This is for who, I'm sorry?
Varga case here. 1 second, I just want to make sure I address this other case. 500.
But there's gonna be a
I know, Your Honor, but you're saying another case for who? For Mr. Miranda Williams?
No, there was a confusion in court.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Checking something. This individual is gonna mail me $150.
Driving with your license suspended charge, it's $150.
And that's the, okay, so.
You're gonna get another one for the felony charge.
You coming back?
Then Timothy Tyrell Alexander.
Alexander, right? Do you understand English, sir?
I'm standing right next to you, charge of reckless driving. It was a bench warrant. This was issued June 11th. And then what we have here is driving license suspended. And we also have I believe, no complaint due to crisis. I don't know, were you in crisis? Are you okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, no?
Yes, I had lost my father.
What did he say?
Cancer. No, I was just a little down from losing my parents.
What does this mean, clerk? Just 1 second on his. No complying due to crisis. We see a crisis as long as he's here. Baker Act, he was Baker Act. Yeah, he was Baker Act. Okay, that's what that means, okay. There's a, sir, you have a, do you live, what is your address? 165 Northeast 187th Street?
No, that's what I had on file when I got my driver's license back. I'm gonna have to use one of my relatives' address or my email.
The argument on his behalf. Okay. Okay, as to AKSZR3E. I'll be a bond in that case. $500.
500. So your bond is at $500. It said it at 1,000 before.
Still won't be able to get out.
Okay.
So a $500 bond?
On AKSZR3E.
If you're still doing that, you can't get out. You're going to understand the card in the next 3 days. We'll figure out a way to get you out.
I don't have
You only have one?
Yes, I only have that traffic case that you just named. Yes, the only one.
Everybody talks at the same time. I cannot hear the judge, so I only have one case for him, so I didn't hear the bond.
Okay, fine, $500. What about these cases that are attacked? Okay, not in custody on those. Gotcha. Thank you. There you go.
And our past things.
And we passed one case. Can we recall that case, please?
Yes, Your Honor, we have to reset him for tomorrow. He also has a hold for immigration.
Okay, reset tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Joseph of the bond out.
Yes.
Thank you.
Detective with the traffic.
And Paul.
Okay, we have the felony cases coming up next. I'm just going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
What about this one? Bertha, we never talked about this guy.
Okay. Whenever you finish that.
20.
They were supposed to zoom him in.
Get a break. Let me sit down.
My goodness, I'm exhausted.
Trust me. No.
I'm running joke cards, last an hour. I don't know.
They're gonna reset him for tomorrow.
Okay.
Right, and it's all the state has the rights, very legal to Libya. We did all that. You need to sign the Libya. Because they want the passport. I have a passport in my possession. I wasn't. I finished 10:30 in the morning. I'll do figure this out because it's not right. Like I'm sitting here. So, but I don't know if they can bring a shelter. Because as long as they have the right. Yes.
Yeah, I saw it.
You there?
Yeah, I saw it. It's alright. It was a movie, but it wasn't a good movie, so he was. But I still had it.
Yeah, I'm waiting. You got.
How to Train Your Dragon. I think that was.
I don't know. I don't look at none of that. Okay.
That one.
That Lilo and Stitch, my daughter seen it. My oldest daughter. Every to the movies. I went to video. I had to look at it every day like a lad. It's like, man, then How to Train Your Dragon, my other daughter. Nah, I wasn't. Nah, it don't even. I'm cute at this.
Are you sitting in for films?
Yeah.
2 hours.
You got 2 added? Okay. At 58?
Yeah.
But now, for records,
I don't say no because then the thing is that I'm going to hear over the weekend, so then it becomes my problem to understand, and I just say, I'd rather just deal with it.
It's only temporary. Know that, right?
What, the record?
Eventually, this is temporary.
Oh,
Yeah.
What page do you guys want? I have updated.
Okay. Cause I was only on page, I'm not even on page, you said page 17?
Yes, these are mostly refusals. We haven't got the juveniles in here. But if there's any paperwork to prioritize, I would say the juvenile.
I can.
What's her name? Diane, right? Diane, that's her name? Diane, the other girl that he was with her? Diane.
Danielle?
Yeah,
Oh, the Rhino, the one who's leaving?
yeah.
She's the 13 now.
Yeah, she's getting ready to go finish school and stuff, and temporary.
What was the name of the defendant, I'm sorry?
Joseph.
There's a lot of murderers today.
Yeah, I got him marked down anyway for some reason.
I knew the day.
To be very honest.
From pages 1 to 17, so far, there's 3 murders. So.
I'm still on the clock.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's having it like it's different. A better, you know, gives us.
41.
Yeah, to give everything over ingredients. Looks easy is down.
Cool. It's just fucking stupid. The big, I've been to a big population, the people get done and
I heard it.
the people that live in the are the most angry and reasonable people in the population.
It's true.
Chicago, you ain't had struggle. Los Angeles, the state.
Yeah.
I don't see what's wrong with that. Yeah, no, that's the problem. They need to legalize the way for next for them. And that's like down a lot of the. You get the 80% control.
Have a nice day.
You always ready to go home.
He's ready to go home. Yeah.
No.
We're starting on 17.
When did you guys start misdemeanors?
In September.
No, I'm talking about today.
10:30. 10:30.
10:30, what? You started what?
Same amount of cases, 50 something, this is 57.
Hopefully like, I'm 3, but that's a stretch. Probably like 4.
They asked me for.
No, he's here to hope to get something from that happened yesterday.
I should get something else.
And I just.
Did you need me to spray on something? No, it's okay, because it's gonna ask me questions and I'm not gonna be able to do them on. I would ask you at the end. Just like some basic CR stuff. Okay, Cameron, we're starting on page 17. So these are all the ones that I have yet to do stay away orders for. because I was only on page 6. So if we could put that one aside.
Better get it right.
This is 824-540. No, no. And put Sandy's password. They fixed mine. It's just like mine's habit. Other habit, yeah.
Here's mine.
How many is that? I'm enthusiastic. Starting now. I'll go to the one for
Regular Regular the DVR.
Yeah, I'm learning about the brain.
I left off, I'll tell you. It was on page 16. I was so
Yeah, I have the last case you did.
This is
Look up page 4.
I think they all have a person.
Yeah.
Is this folded up on garbage? Yeah. Those are all the ones I missed.
Right? Is that what they're saying? Close right before name on everything except for defendants.
Well, is it Mercy? Yeah, then yes.
All right.
Right, that was longer than 5 minutes. I couldn't find one. So I'm back.
Here's the.
For the TV. Thank you. We can just make a new file, so I'll put it here, because those are the next one.
I do not have an attorney, so are these the things we're doing first?
We don't have access to the Zoom side. We're gonna know what their who their clients and their.
Okay, so this is the first case. Joseph stuff.
Stay away.
Defendants, all rise and please raise your right hand.
Todos, por favor, pónganse de pie y levanten la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Juran o afirman que el testimonio que van a dar es la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Thank you. You may be seated.
This is on the calendar, the 17th?
Yeah.
Is that what that means? Okay, just 1 second. This is so for 1 second. Okay, we'll start the calendar now. Those that are at the jail or when your case is called, please come up. You have an attorney. I'll be appointing the law office of Carlos Martinez to represent you unless you have hired private counsel yourself, and your attorney will then be here. Okay, so Stanford, Joseph Stanford.
Please refuse, Judge. Reset for tomorrow.
All right.
Reset. Reset. Yeah.
The 20th. Okay, there you go.
We can already.
Look. And this case next.
Yeah.
Next case is Lucas Jasemaj Lucas. This is Mr. Lucas. I'm assuming the answer is yes. I have two cases here. As, sir, as to one case, you are being charged with carrying concealed firearm and also possession of firearm by a minor, something that occurred April 25th, 2025.
Thank you.
And actually, there is an information on this case as to both counts. And there's also, as to the other case, there was also an information that was filed, robbery using a firearm deadly weapon. Are these transfer cases here?
Yes, they are direct filed.
They're direct files? Okay, that's what I see. Okay. As to the bond on the direct files, carry concealed firearm and possession of firearm, what are those bonds on those cases?
The bond for count 1 would be 2,500 and the bond for count 2 would be 500.
Okay, so I will put those bonds in this case.
Morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Katie Torres on Mr. Lucas's behalf. I'd be asking for a dollar bond on this case since the other case is going to be non-bondable.
So then it doesn't matter, really. So let me look at that other case. So
That would be all.
that is a robbery, armed robbery with a firearm. I do see that case. Okay. So I know you came from the juvenile system and you know what you're charged with. And this is an armed robbery case, and there is an information that's been charged. That's why you are here. State this is unbondable.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a PBL.
I believe the state's gonna be filing a motion for pre-trial detention.
Or you filing a motion for pretrial detention?
Your Honor.
Okay, so this will be reset, so there'll be no bond.
Judge, did the state file a motion?
Have you filed the motion?
Yes, they're filing it right now.
They're filing one right now. Young man, do you have anybody in court? I see no one in court on your behalf. One case, you have no bond, you have to go before a judge and your attorney will argue to get you a bond on that case. Okay, on the other case, you do have a bond.
Judge, on the other case, did you issue a dollar bond or you kept the bonds for 25 and
Pick
500?
the bond on what it was.
Thank you.
I do see that. Not for this case, so we're moving on to the next case. I do not know. Okay. Okay, page 19. Jones, Ariel Lamar Jones.
This is an added charge.
52.
For which defendant?
Jones.
Okay. Mr. Jones there?
Corrections is getting him, Your Honor. Want me to tell her?
Judge, he refused.
Refused. Want to reset tomorrow?
Reset tomorrow.
So stay away together. Okay, next case. Okay, page 19, Carl, Jerome, Michelle.
Mr. Michelle refused. Reset for tomorrow as well.
Reset tomorrow.
Was-
Okay, on page 19 as well, font, Yasmini.
Mr. Font refused, reset for tomorrow.
Okay, page 20, Washington David, Joel Washington,
Washington is Ward D, reset for tomorrow.
Ward and reset. Okay. Okay, page 20 on the calendar, Martin Livingston Jr.
Mr. Martin refused, reset for tomorrow.
Okay, Taylor James, page 21. Refused as well.
Mr. Taylor refused, reset tomorrow.
I didn't hear that. Was that what this?
I think so.
Here, are these set in order?
Yes, that's starting from page 1.
Okay. Adriana Robertson. Ms. Robertson will be appointed to the offices of Carlos Martinez to represent you. You've been arrested and attempted eluding, I believe, or fleeing with a high-speed chase and grand theft of a vehicle. And the argument as to probable cause. Counsel?
Your Honor, I do have probable cause argument for the grand theft. For first degree grand theft, there would have to be an allegation in the four corners of the A form that the vehicle was valued at $100,000 or more. Here, this is an Acura. There's nothing in the four corners of the affidavit to say the value of the vehicle was $100,000.
State.
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would ask that you find PC for grand theft in the third degree.
I agree with you on that. As to count 1, I'll find PC. 1 second. And as to count 2, I'll be reduced of grand theft in the third degree.
And Your Honor, I'd request house arrest on this case. Ms. Robertson has no priors.
What is the bond on this, on the,
Your Honor, it's an F2, so there is no, well, count 1 is an F2, so there's no standard bond. The state would be requesting $5,000. And for count 2, the state would also be requesting $5,000.
on count 1, $2,500 bond, count 2, $2,500 bond.
That's straight bond, Judge?
Yes. No, I scribbled in the back, you're gonna yell at me. Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, Virginia Ford. Ms. Ford, you have an attorney next to you appointing them to represent you. You have been arrested on sale, manufacture of cocaine, possession with intent, and also a possession of cocaine. Okay. Any argument as to probable cause, counsel?
No PC argument, Judge.
PC as to count one, PC as to count two. As to the bond,
Just be asking for a standard bond, Your Honor.
2,500 for both counts.
2,500 count one, 2,500 count two.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Brooks, Benedict Brooks.
We need to pass her, Judge. She's gonna be on Zoom.
Yeah, pass that. We Frazier, Asia. Miss Frazier, you have an attorney. I've appointed an attorney to represent you. You're being charged with a robbery, starting set and snatch, 3rd-degree felony. Any argument as to probable cause?
No probable cause argument.
I believe the standard bond is 2,500.
Well, Your Honor, since Ms. Frazier does not have any priors, I'd be asking for pretrial services. She does have a stable address.
Okay, pretrial services, can you take her? Are they? No? It's a robbery. That's what I thought. Okay, that won't happen. So the bond is $2,500.
Sorry, Your Honor, how much was the bond?
The standard bond 25? It's an X3, $2,500. Okay. And there's also a stay away order, Miss Frazier, from Leticia V. That's how you pronounce that name. You are to stay away from that individual. No direct contact, no contact via email or third person or third party. Okay?
Okay.
You understand?
Yes.
All right. Okay, Seren Kristen Manuel. And you're pretrial, so you put me on. Okay, all right. Kristen Seren.
Over here.
Is she there? You have an attorney. Hello. You're being charged with obstruction, extinguishing of fire, venting. Stay, what is that charge?
Your Honor, she's charged with shattering a fire extinguisher cap.
That's it's okay. Shattering of fire extinguisher, felony in the 3rd degree. Any argument by your attorney?
Silent to PC, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I don't have any PC arguments.
Okay, so you're standing there. I will find probable cause on that count. And this is a 3rd degree felony. So it's a $2,500 bond. No pretrial?
Right.
It's questionable. Can we put her in pretrial? I mean, okay, so I just pretrial on here? Okay. Okay. There's one count alternate bond on 2,500.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, next is Huerta. Jocelyn Huerta. Is this Ms. Huerta? Ms. Huerta, I'm glad you're speaking to your attorney. You've been arrested on the introduction and possession of a controlled substance into a jail facility and also possession with intent to distribute that secondary felony?
prescription drugs.
So today the prescription. And you are here as to PC counsel on behalf of your client.
Yes, Your Honor. So for the first charge, introduction of a controlled substance into a jail, the statute requires that it be introduced into an actual jail, and I'm going to go ahead and pull up the statute quickly.
This was a Homestead Hospital emergency room.
No, Your Honor, is alleged to be found at the station while she's being booked. And the statute defines a county detention facility as a county jail, county stockade, among other things. And then specifically it mentions except a municipal detention facility used by a county or county officer for the detention of persons charged with or convicted of a felony or misdemeanor. So the statute specifically says that in a police department, essentially a detention area is accepted from this statute. So don't talk right now, don't talk right now. So since she did not try to actually enter it into a jail facility, Your Honor, there's no PC. Further, for the second charge, Ms. Huerta did tell the officer she had a prescription for these narcotics. She takes them for different conditions, and she was not given an opportunity to provide that prescription to the officers.
Okay, that's the count one. Let's start there.
Count one, state would stipulate to no PC.
Okay, no PC, count one. As to count two, I believe there is probable causes to count two. She does have an explanation, but that is not for me to determine right now. So I will find probable cause as to count two. And count two is a second-degree felony. Is that correct?
There's no standard bond. The state would be requesting $3,000.
With $2,500 bond. On count two, no PC on count first count.
And Your Honor, can I make one additional argument to count two?
You made your argument already.
Well, Your Honor, I did want to additionally mention that this should just be a controlled substance possession of felony in the third degree. There's no intent to sell here.
Okay, let me just see that a second. I see her not doing anything. I think that's a valid argument, Kate. I think so as well. Okay. Should have started with that argument, Kate. Okay.
So $2,500 bond would be good.
$2,500 bond. Okay. 1 second, let me correct this. So it'll be PC 2 or less.
Judge counsel was 2,500.
Oh, we did 2,000 based on that argument. 2,000 bond. Thank you.
Judge Albert Levin here. Would you consider calling private counsel out of turn?
I do. I've been trying to call you guys out of turn. And then,
client's name?
What is your client's name? Because in court, usually they let us know, but.
Right. Yeah, I put it in the chat. No worries. Yes, Manny Martinez is my client.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martin McCarthy, and my client is Salvamar Turner.
One at a time.
Martinez is the first one we'll call. Let me just.
What was the first?
It's on page 14.
Number 14.
Okay.
Judge, we have Mr. Yasmani Martinez.
Here you are.
Okay.
What was the other defendant for the other defendant?
And what is the other defendant for the other attorneys who pull that case?
Yes, Your Honor. My client's name is Savamar, Sauvimar, Turner, Turner.
Okay, thank you. Yes, to Mr. Martinez. Second.
So with the next Turner is actually the next case. It's on page 2.
Turner was, oh, it was the next.
Okay, so we're addressing Martinez now, is that correct? We're here on an arrest from Mr. Martinez. Who's representing Mr. Martinez?
Albert Levin on his behalf, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Kate?
Your Honor, as to count one, for the calendar, the bond is $140,000. Count two, the state would be requesting $5,000 for a felony in the second degree. Count three, the state would be requesting $5,000. It's also a felony in the second degree. For count four, the state would be requesting $2,500 for a felony in the third degree. For count five, it's also a felony in the third degree. The state would be requesting $2,500. For count six, the state would also be requesting $2,500 for a felony in the third degree, and count seven, the same. Let's do some math.
So what I have here. One second. There was conditions, please, pre-trial conditions with Nebia and GPS, is that correct? Before, okay. And this individual, is that what you're asking right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're asking for a total of 140 with Nebia and the GPS not one.
For the calendar, Your Honor, that's what the request is.
That's the request for the calendar. And is that your request? Okay, that is your request, counsel.
Your Honor, I've requested to receive a copy of the arrest form or the warrant. I haven't received either. As far as probable cause is concerned, I wouldn't be able to address it. But I've seen many an A form that fails to allege an organized scheme to defraud cases. The fact that there is no scheme alleged, and it's got to show in the A form within the four corners a systematic and ongoing conduct, a pattern, if you will. I don't know if this warrant and or arrest form contains language that would support that allegation. I do have argument with regard to the bond amount, which I believe is punitive and excessive under the circumstances.
Okay, well, if you can address the bond amount, there was already a prior judge signed this arrest warrant and determined that there was probable cause for many of these counts that are on the arrest warrant. So if you want to address the bond, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to at least the bond that had been attached to the warrant, which I believe was $140,000, Mr. Martinez he's a lifelong resident of Dade County. He does have some priors, none of which are of a violent nature. He is engaged to be married. He owns a residence, lives with his dad. His fiancee, Sue Ellen Rosquet, is on the platform, as is her mother, Dunya Marquez. He has a very supportive family. As far as the bond amount is concerned, as I indicated, I believe it's excessive. I think that there is a bond that could ensure his appearance each and every time he's required to appear. I would note that I was reading about another case, and I know that generally this doesn't guide a court, but there's a wide receiver who played in the NFL who's charged with attempted murder. There was a warrant, I believe it was not sure which judge it was, but the warrant amount for that was $10,000, and that's on an attempted murder case. This is a financial crime. If this were in federal court, he likely would be given a much lower bond. I know we're not in federal court, but $140,000 is quite excessive. I'm asking the court to consider reducing that by half, $70,000. And I do have a Nebia proffer to send to someone from the state attorney's office. I don't know who would want to receive that.
Interesting. Any priors again?
Yes, Your Honor. Would you like for me to pass them up?
What is the amount of the organized scheme to fraud? 50? Grand theft, 100? Is that what it is? I'll lower the bond to 100,000
Okay.
at this time with Nebia and the GPS level 1 requested by the state, okay?
Judge, break down the bonds for corrections for the jail card, please.
Okay, so let's break it down for the count. Are
Judge,
these-
Judge, can I just address the GPS, need for GPS? Level 1, he had been working, he's not a danger to the community. He's not a risk of flight. He's lived here his whole life. He's not going anywhere. There's no need for GPS.
Your Honor, I believe it's just to secure his appearance.
Would the bond secure his appearance in $100,000? I think it would. Okay, I agree with you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The GPS, okay. I think $100,000 bond is enough to secure his appearance here. Does he live here? How long has he lived here?
32 years.
All right. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. Okay, so I'm going to break this down at this time because you're telling me I have to. Okay, 1 second. So I think the easiest way to break this down is to reach 140 as to count 1. Just say this. Who can do math for me?
Counts.
Okay.
Times 15 will equal 90,000, and you can get 10,000. 15 for 6 counts, and one of them 10,000 will make 100,000.
Okay, well, I want the more serious count. So the first count, let's do this. The first count will stay at 50. And let's calculate the second count will be 50. The second count will be 20. Okay, that's 70. Okay, and then the other counts we'll divide it and then we'll take it to 100 from there. Is it 10, 10, 10? No, because I have 2, yes. So it'll be 5 after that. Does that add up? So let me get there. So it's 50.
It'll be 95,000.
Okay, then add 5 to the count 2. And then we'll get there.
So count 2 is 25?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So Judge, 25,000 will be count 2?
Yes. You made me do math, counselor. I'm not doing math very well. Okay. Okay, anything else on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor. Is there a person I can send the Nebia proffer to? Is there anybody from the state attorney's office?
Nebia, who would you send that to?
One moment, Your Honor. Let me just look up which it's assigned to Milton.
Division 14, Judge Hirsch, Milton Hirsch.
The division chief in that division is Kimberly Rivera. Her email
Kimberly Rivera.
at miamiseo.com.
Give me that again. I'm sorry.
Kimberly Rivera.
At miamiseo.com. Okay. I got it. Kimberly, Kimberly.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Next case. Okay, what page?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Judge, for corrections, for Martinez, can you break down the bond, please? So we can make sure we have the jail card filled out correctly for release purposes.
Okay, count 1 is 50K, count 2 is 25K, counts 3 through 7 are 5K each.
Plus the Nebia, correct?
Correct.
No GPS.
No GPS.
One second, let me just write it down here. Make sure that says so. Okay, here we go. Hey, counselor, who's representing?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Martin McCarthy on behalf of Ms. Turner.
Okay. Is it Miss Turner? What is your full name, Miss Turner Ledesma?
Savamar Ledesma Turner.
Okay, is that one word or is it separate? The last name?
I believe it's 3 separate words, Judge.
It's on page 2, Judge, number 7.
On page 2. Yeah, because the affidavit kind of did not show that. Okay. All right, so you're representing her. Ma'am, you've been charged here with or arrested with in abuse, child abuse, no great bodily harm, which is a felony in 3rd degree, and a battery. Counselor, do you have any argument as to probable cause at this time?
Right. Your Honor, I haven't seen the arrest form, but I can tell the court that I've been working on this case with the investigator from Miami Beach since Monday. We submitted an video to the police that showed the daughter, who's the alleged victim in this case, who's charging my client, knocking her cell phone out of her hand. Both my client and the daughter sustained injuries. I believe this is really a case of self-defense. Unfortunately, my client's only prior to my understanding is the same exact charge about 2 months ago, which I just finished getting null prost. On Monday, there was concerns about the daughter. My client sent the daughter to her father, who lives in North Carolina, so she's not in the state of Florida. So I can't really address probable cause, Judge, but I can tell you that this is almost 99% a chance of a case of self-defense.
Okay. How old is the daughter?
The daughter's 16, Your Honor.
16 years old. Okay, state.
The state would be requesting $2,500 as to count 1 and standard bond $1,000 as to count 2.
Your Honor, on the issue of bond, I'd ask the court to grant a $2,000 straight bond. My client runs her own business. Her whole family lives here. She has a younger daughter who has special needs. Unfortunately, we had to cancel the younger daughter's appointment with her oncologist yesterday at Jackson, which is going to cause a significant health issue. And we just asked the court to grant her a straight bond of $2,000 so she can get out and take care of her other child.
Any objection to that at this time? Okay, I'll find probable cause to count 1 and count 2, $1,000 bond on count 1. I'll have $1,000 on count 2 to make it even.
Thank you.
Let me ask this, is the daughter is not with her anymore, so I'm going to issue the stay away order until this case is resolved. Okay. So that's what I'm doing at this time.
Would Your Honor consider a modified stay away order so that they could speak, just not having any in-person contact?
Any objection to that?
Your Honor, the state has to object, given that this incident happened 3 days ago. Any communication could happen through her father, who she is with.
What about the stay away order? To stay away, they're not living together, are they?
They're not going to be together, Your Honor. The only modification I was asking was just communication.
Okay. She's 16 years old. State. It's her mom. My only issue here is they can have phone communication, but no in-person communication. So that's what I will do. Okay. So allowed to have contact, but prohibited from any physical threatening or violence. The contact will be phone contact. Okay. No personal contact at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's very good to see you, Your Honor.
Okay. Likewise, I apologize for waiting so long. Okay.
Not a problem, Judge. You have a very good afternoon.
Yeah, likewise.
Do you need
Judge,
me
we
to-
have defendant
Oh,
Brooks
you should have
She's
told
on
us.
Zoom
you-
at TDK.
Are you speaking Spanish?
1 second.
I can't talk to you because you have a private attorney.
Okay.
Yeah, time to go.
Vale, fútbol.
2000. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, Miss Turner, I'm gonna reach out to the bondsman. This can be taken care of expeditiously.
Okay, can you please pay the bonds and I pay you when I'm free?
Of course, ma'am. I've been in contact with your husband all morning.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Next. So,
Judge, we have defendant Brooks. She's on Zoom at TGK.
okay, well, we're calling, this is not being shown.
Her name, Judge, is Miss Benedict Brooks.
Page
Mrs.
one,
Brooks is
number 3.
on felony bond F25 10228.
Gone, revoke that. Your grand theft, felony for degree possession. Violence, you have and driving license suspended. Domestic violence. Counsel, the argument on behalf of your client.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd argue that there's no probable cause for grand theft of a firearm. There's no indication that Miss Brooks knew that the firearm was stolen. She told the officers that the firearm belonged to the passenger in the vehicle. Additionally, the gun was stolen in 2013. There's no evidence that she stole it or knew that it was stolen.
State.
Because in constructive possession of it, it was.
He was in constructive possession of it.
There would have to be evidence that she knew that the firearm was in her purse, and it's clear from the A form that she was surprised that the firearm was in her purse and what she told the officers.
Wow, then I guess you have a defense. Okay, so, but right now I'm dealing with probable cause. And as to count 2, is that can you shed light on that state?
Honors. And violation of domestic. For the A form, the conjunction number is 25946. And
so there was objection, so I'll find probable cause as to count 2 as well. So on the first count, and $1,000 standard bond.
Your Honor, since Miss Brooks is homeless, I'd be asking for TAP in this case.
Judge, Ms. Brooks, she's also that adult felony bond case. It was no action.
I heard that bond was revoked, no tap, straight bond. Okay, next. Felony Barricade. This is F2?
No, they have both the same person.
Adult felony bond case for her. It was no action. You heard me.
Oh.
So she could have gotten TAP. She
All
was
right.
saying that she couldn't get TAP because she was out.
Felony Barricade.
Here, I don't know.
Okay, Judge, I'm sorry, corrections just came in and told me that Miss Brooks's case, the one that she was out on bond for, that was no action.
Okay. Okay, so there's no action. Okay, but she has a bond on this new one.
Yes, Your Honor, but I'd be renewing my request for TAP.
Any objection to that state?
yes, Your Honor, given her history
Ms. Byers?
and her violation of a court order of an injunction.
That's what I think as well. It'll be straight bond. Thank you. Kelani? Do we have the individual here?
Yes, Your Honor, she's here.
Okay, I can't see on my screen. Okay, there you go. Okay. I have two cases. You just look it up. So as to the first case, you have grand theft, something that occurred May 26th. So that's the arrest affidavit I'm looking at. Counsel, do you have any arguments as to that?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd argue that there's no PC for first-degree grand theft. There is nothing in the four corners of the A form about the value. There would need to be an allegation that $100,000 at least or more was stolen. So I'd argue there's no PC for that.
Okay, State, I agree with them. So,
And PC for grand theft in the third degree, it was a diamond chain necklace.
okay, so grand theft third degree. And let me just address anything. Let me just address the other case and I'll address bond. June 12th is also grand theft. Any argument as to that, counsel?
No PC argument, Your Honor.
As to that case, I'll find probable cause. And let me just address the bond on these cases. And
Yeah, I
as
think it's standard bond, Your Honor.
the standard bond third degree felony is $2,500, I believe. So on the May 6th, 26th case, $2,500.
Judge, what case is that?
Okay, that's interesting. That's court case 25-12717. Okay, and as to 25-12737, and that is also on standard bond as third degree felony is $2,500. And the stay away order, ma'am, you are to stay away from Michael Hunt and Anthony Beckham. Please stay away from them, no contact whatsoever, physically or any contact via electronic devices. Okay, thank you.
You have a stay away order from those two people, so you can't go near them. Okay?
Thank
Yeah, good luck. Yeah.
Okay, next is Piloto. Out on bond on another case, is that correct?
Mr. P. Loco is a fugitive from Lake County, no bond.
Okay, no bond. Let me look at this.
Okay.
What county?
Lake County.
Lake County. Okay, as to what I have before me here, possession of cocaine and also a purchase with intent to purchase, possession with intent to purchase. Is that what I see there?
Judge, she's also out on felony bond on F25-10523.
Okay, and that's felony bond here. Okay, so that bond will be revoked if she's out on felony bond. And as to the other two charges, counsel, any argument as to PC?
No PC argument, Your Honor. I'd just be asking for a dollar bond given the fugitive warrant and the other case.
State, what's your position on that?
Your Honor, we'd be objecting given the defendant's priors and that they were out on bond on another case and picked up these two counts.
And what is on the third degree felony standard bond?
2,500.
Okay, 2,500. The other one is a second degree felony, but I'll leave it at 2,500 as well. Davis, JCM.
She is an AC no bond, Judge.
Okay. From another county as well? Is this a no bond? I know the other one was a no bond out of county as well, even though we gave.
This is from Miami-Dade for the F19-130278 case.
And this is on Davis?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe it's for the AC key.
Okay, these are the added charges of tampering with electronic monitor and also criminal mischief. October 2022 is what I have here. Okay, counsel, you argument.
No PC argument, Your Honor.
Okay, PC count 1. PC count 2. And I have a third degree and a second degree, third degree felony, 2,500 on count 1. And the second degree misdemeanor, 150. Okay. Alejandro Andrés.
Mr. Andreas is a violent felony offender of special concern. This is added charges.
Added charges, okay. There's no bond on the other one?
He received no bond on count 1 on the other one.
I see.
5,000 and 15,000 on count 2.
Okay, these are added charges, escape. Sir, are you there? I just want to make sure.
He's also out on probation, Judge, on F246310.
6310, that should be revoked if he's out on probation. Well, he should. If he's out on probation, it'll be no bond.
We're still waiting for Mr. Alejandro.
Not here, okay.
Yes, he's coming right now, Judge. Hi, Mr. Alejandro, how are you? You can stand here. Okay, he's here, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Alejandro, these are added charges, but it's escape, felony in the second degree, and 2 misdemeanors. One is resisting an officer without violence, and another one is assault on the police officer. Is that correct? I believe it is. Any argument as to PC?
No PC argument, Your Honor. I just asked for a $1 bond since he was out on probation.
Well, he's out on probation. State?
In cases and then he picked up a case while on probation.
Yeah. Okay. As to the second degree felony, it is a $7,500 bond. How much is the second degree felony bond?
There's no standard.
No, there's none. Okay. Escape for 1 second. $5,000 bond. Count 2. The other 2 misdemeanors without violence. First misdemeanor 1,500. I mean 1,000. 100.
1,000, Judge?
No, 150 for count 2. 150. I misspoke. Okay. And as to count 3, an assault, but there's no striking of 150 as well.
So, Judge, count 1 is 7,500, count 2 150, and count 3 150.
No, count 1 is 5,000, 150, 150. Okay, Mazzaro Pedro.
Mr. Mazzaro is out on felony bond on F258299.
Down on bond, that one should be.
Refused, Judge. Reset for tomorrow.
Okay, so reset for tomorrow then. There's that story order as well. Okay, the next one is Gene stem file.
I will stay open. And rather in this case, the state would be requesting a GPS given the allegations in the 8th form, mid-defendant's priors.
Level GPS?
We would be requesting GPS level 2.
Yes, sir. You're arrested for armed robbery, also a battery, domestic battery by strangulation, which is a felony in the 3rd degree. Is there any argument as to PC on this?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd argue that there's no PC for battery by strangulation. There's no allegations in the A form that the breathing was impaired or the airway was cut off.
The victim by the neck and choked her. I think that's enough to satisfy the court at this time. So count 1, I'll find probable cause. Count 2, I will find probable cause as well. You're asking for a standard bond. Well,
Is he asking for an elevated bond on battery by strangulation of $3,000 plus GPS level check?
okay, 3,000 in that case. Also GPS level 2. As to count 1, 2nd degree felony, and that all $5,000 on that count.
$800 to bond for an house arrest. Okay.
It's a plus fund. Yes. Thank you.
Your Honor, just to clarify, it's the 8,000 total with house arrest level 2?
Yes, level 2, exactly. Okay, is this the stay away order as well I have in front of me? Okay, sir, you are to stay away from Noel. Okay, and you are not to possess any drugs, any arms, any firearms. If you have any, you are to hand them over to the police department. No contact phone or any other type of devices, Snapchat, you name it, you cannot do it. Okay, thank you. Tillman Michael.
Mr. Tillman has a probation warrant F247287.
Mr. Tillman, how are you?
Well, there'll be a no bond on that, I believe. Is this individual in front of me? Sir, you have a driver license suspended, habitual, and you also have an ordinance here on container within the vehicle.
So you already have an open case.
Probable cause at this time.
No probable cause arguments, Your Honor.
Mr. count 1, there'll be probable cause found on that. There'll be $2,500 bond. And as to count 2, PC, and there'll be $150 bond.
With the whole judge, correct?
150 on the second count. Pedro Aguilar. Pedro Aguilar, is this the individual in front of me?
Yes, he's here, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Aguilar, you've been arrested for a violation of your registration requirement as a sexual offender, resisting an officer with violence, and also unlawful taking of a firearm in law enforcement. Is that what I'm reading there, Stan? Okay, any argument as to probable cause, counsel?
Yes, Judge. For count 3, the statute requires that Mr. Aguilar would have had to actually have taken the firearm in the A form. There's no allegations that he successfully took the firearm, just an attempt. So therefore, there's no PC for that charge. Also for the count 2 resisting with violence to the officer, there's no allegations in the four corners of the A form that Mr. Aguilar attempted to do violence or did violence to any of the officers. I'd argue there's only PC for misdemeanor resisting without violence.
State.
Your Honor, for the resisting with violence, look at the third full paragraph on the second page of the A form. It says the defendant took a fighting stance with his fist clenched, which would be an attempt to use violence against an officer. Sorry, yeah, the second page of the A form.
Besides the stance, was there something else?
Just the fists clenched.
And what about the other charge?
Your Honor, counsel is correct. There's no allegations that he successfully took it.
Oh, so you can see to us to that count, which is count 3.
Correct. Then.
Okay.
4.
Okay. Count 4. Okay.
Then taking the violence.
Count 4, there'll be no PC. As to count 4, as to count 1, there'll be probable cause. And there's 2 counts. So count 1 has 2 counts. So the second count, which is count 1, is PC, trying to confuse us. And as for resisting an officer with violence, I'll drop it down to resisting an officer without violence. I'm just addressing the bonds right now as to count 1, $2,500. Count 2, $2,500. The other count, it was a reduced count.
500 standard bond one.
What is the standard bond?
500. It's an M1.
500. Okay. And the other
Court judges are released outright.
Yes, release outright on count 4. Thank you, sir. Okay. Lee Wendell. Okay, sir, you have an attorney who's representing you here today. You're arrested on possession of cocaine, felony 3rd degree, resisting an officer without violence, and obstruction of free passage, sidewalk. You're obstructing, it's an ordinance. You're obstructing the sidewalk. Any argument, counsel?
No probable cause arguments, Your Honor. I'd just be asking for pretrial services. Mr. Lee has a stable address, and the nature of the charges are not violent.
Pretrial? Is there a bench warrant on this case?
He received $1,000 bond on it this morning.
He has $1,000 bond on the bench warrant. No. He had a prior bench warrant. He cannot. Okay. So I'll find PC count 1, count 2, and count 3. Possession of cocaine. 2,500. 500 count 2. And this is an ordinance, $150.
Your Honor, would you consider giving Mr. Lee house arrest? That's his request.
Mr. Lee, not right now. You have a bond. Okay. Thank you. Is Suarez Gerald? Yes.
Mr. Suarez needs an interpreter, Your Honor. Spanish.
If we need an interpreter, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just look at that. Sir, you have an attorney representing you, who's standing next to you from the law offices of Carlos Martinez. You're arrested on an aggravated battery, which is a felony in the second degree, and a misdemeanor battery, domestic violence. And I'm going to turn over to your attorney. Is there any argument at this time?
Muy bien, señor, usted tiene a su abogada parada al lado de usted. Ella representa el bufete de abogados de Carlos Martínez. A usted se le imputa el delito de agresión física calificada, es un delito mayor de segundo grado, así como también se le imputa agresión física en forma de violencia intrafamiliar.
Yes, Your Honor, I would argue that there's no probable cause for the aggravated battery because there's no great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement alleged in the four corners of the A form.
Su señoría, nosotros argumentamos que no existe causa probable para el delito de agresión física calificada, ya que no se ocasionó daño corporal grande, discapacidad o desfiguramiento.
The allegations of injuries here are bruising and swelling to the eye area, and there is a possible cheekbone fracture, but without a confirmation that does not rise to the level of permanent disability, great bodily harm, or permanent disfigurement.
Las alegaciones dice que la víctima sostuvo moretones, ojo hinchado y una posible fractura de rostro, pero eso no está confirmado. Mientras tanto, no puede ser daño físico grande, discapacidad o desfiguramiento.
Okay, state if you don't have that, is this a felony in the third degree battery?
I'm sorry.
If you don't have disfigurement or all that, what is your argument on that?
Your Honor, I would argue that there is great bodily harm due to the eye being shut and the possible fracture to his cheekbone.
All I have is a face cut and right eye, swollen, invisible bruising.
And the alternative, I would ask that you find PC or misdemeanor battery.
What is the felony in the third degree battery?
Oh, just one moment, Your Honor.
I just gave you my statute book in front of me. They should have a statute book there for the judges. Where is it?
Su señoría quiere escuchar rápidamente qué es lo que dice la ley con respecto a qué hace a este delito calificado.
2024, they could have given you. What are the elements of that?
It's 781.041, section 1A, actually or intentionally strikes the person against the will of the other and causes. Oh, that's, never mind, Your Honor, it requires great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement.
But there's a battery of a felony. It's a felony in the third degree. Do you have that? It's a lesser included offense. Oh, look at this.
Your Honor, you would have to have a prior conviction for battery for it to be the third degree felony battery.
I just want a clarification on that.
Counsel is correct. It would be, the lesser included would be misdemeanor.
Okay, it would be the misdemeanor battery. Okay, I'm not sure about what Thomas C. form in that, whether it is great bodily harm. So it would be as to count one. It would be a battery, drop it down to a misdemeanor battery. And are these different victims?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
One is the partner and one is the child. But it is a child, but she's 19.
Now, probably cause us to do the second.
He is 19.
Okay, as well. Okay. And bond for a battery would be 500. First degree.
Your Honor, would you be inclined to find peace for domestic violence battery, given that it is the child and the partner?
I would, which is a misdemeanor in the first degree.
It is a misdemeanor in the first degree, but the standard bond would be 1,000.
Okay. will be $1,000 on count 2. Even though I reduced your charges on count 1, I think it is a very serious charge as well. So bond will be $750 in that, as which are simple battery.
For both counts?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well,
Your Honor, so $1,000?
we count, and then there's the domestic violence count, which count that you absolutely give $1,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was asking, Your Honor, if we could, the count 1 that you brought down to the misdemeanor battery, if you would bring it to a domestic violence battery.
Okay,
It's still on M1.
Okay, I was confused by that. Okay.
Sorry for any confusion.
Okay.
Judge, count 1 is 500, count 2 is 1,000.
Well, right now I'm not going to charge up that. 1 second. We apologize for count 1 would be 1,000. Count 2 would be 1,000. That's what I'm doing.
Ok, señor, entonces su señoría encuentra causa probable para el delito que se le imputa, que ahora sería agresión física en forma de violencia intrafamiliar. El cargo número 1 se modifica, fianza $1,000. Cargo número 2, también causa probable, agresión física en forma de violencia intrafamiliar, fianza también de $1,000.
And sir, you are to stay away from the victims in this case, from Kevin Suarez, and from is it Cecilia? Celia Quesada. Are you living in the same home?
Señor, usted tiene que mantenerse alejado de las víctimas en esta casa, que sería Kevin Suárez y Celia Quesada. ¿Ustedes viven en la misma casa?
Is that a no?
¿Es un no?
No.
No.
No. Okay. Now, when you stay away, it means you cannot phone call or call a third party and have the third party call them, okay? So no contact is absolutely no contact, phone, social media. Understood, sir?
Muy bien, señor. Cuando yo digo no contacto, quiere decir que no puede llamarles, ya sea vía telefónica, a través de terceras personas o pedir a terceras personas que los llamen a ellos. Absolutamente no contacto, que incluyen las redes sociales o cualquier otro medio de comunicación electrónica. ¿Usted lo entiende?
Comprendo.
I understand.
You are not to possess any weapons whatsoever, any guns, any ammunition, any of that. If you do, you are to hand it over to the police department. Understood?
Usted no puede tener, usar, portar armas, armas de fuego, munición. De tener alguna de estas, tiene que entregarla a la comisaría más cercana. ¿Usted lo entiende?
Lo entiendo y no porto, no tengo arma.
I understand, but I don't possess, I don't carry any weapons.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Buena suerte.
Okay, next case.
Dos mil.
Yes, 3 cases and a lot of things.
And the victims per case, and those 6-day away order.
You're keeping me busy today. Okay, sir, I've appointed an attorney to represent you.
Ahora sí.
Attorneys involved. You have 3 cases. I have 3 cases in front of me, so I'm going to go one at a time.
And Your Honor, he also needs the Spanish interpreter.
You can get the Spanish interpreter, please.
Back, Your Honor.
Okay. Second, I just want to make sure I find it. Okay, here he is. Okay, sir, on case number 25-12713, you have been arrested on aggravated assault with a firearm, count 1, count 2, and a domestic violence violation of an injunction. Any argument, counsel, as to probable cause?
Muy bien, señor. En la causa 25-12713, a usted se le imputan 2 cargos. Uno es agresión calificada con un arma y el cargo número 2 es quebrantamiento a una orden de protección contra la violencia intrafamiliar.
What is the bond on an aggravated? Is there a bond on this?
$5,000, Your Honor.
Any PC argument, counsel?
For the third case, Your Honor, ending in 713.
Yes, that's the one I'm doing first, just I'm trying to jot down the correct numbers.
No PC for that case. No PC argument for that case, Your Honor.
Yes, I'll find probable cause as to count 1, count 2, and count 3. Now, it's a $5,000 bond on each of the aggravated assaults, but it is one case, so I'm gonna drop it down just to 2,500. 2,500 on the second one, and the third one is a misdemeanor in the first degree.
It'd be $1,000.
It'll be 1,000 because it's domestic violence, and it'll be $1,000 on count 3.
Muy bien, su señoría encuentra causa probable para los 3 delitos que se le imputan. Entonces, cargo número 1, fianza $4,500. Cargo número 2, $2,500. Y el cargo número 3, que es un delito menor, $1,000, fianza estándar.
Okay. Sir, you also, and that, I apologize, that date was May 29th of 2025. And now I'm going to F25-12714. And that happened June, oh, I'm going backwards, but this happened June 12th. And it is, you're charged with installing a tracking device, with consent, felony in the 3rd degree criminal mischief, 2nd degree felony, domestic violence, violation of injunction, misdemeanor in the 1st degree.
En la causa F25-12214, que data del 12 de junio, a usted se le imputa haber robado un dispositivo de rastreo, violencia intrafamiliar y quebrantamiento de una orden contra la violencia intrafamiliar.
Any argument, counsel?
Silent as to PC.
As to kill one, PC, PC, cause, and probable cause. Okay. The first count is a felony in the 3rd degree. $2,500. Misdemeanor 2nd degree. 150. And then domestic violence injunction, $1,000, set at $1,000 bond on that case.
Su señoría encuentra causa probable para los 3 delitos que se le imputan. En el cargo número 1, que es un delito mayor de 3er grado, la fianza es de $2,500. El cargo número 2, que es un delito menor de 2º grado, la fianza es $150. Y el cargo número 3, relacionado a la violencia intrafamiliar, la fianza es de $1,000.
Sir, the other case that you have is written threats, and which is a felony 2nd degree and a domestic violence violation of injunction, misdemeanor in the 1st degree. Any probable cause, counsel?
Aparte, usted se le imputa también haber mandado amenazas por escrito, es un delito mayor de 2º grado, y haber quebrantado una orden de protección contra la violencia intrafamiliar, un delito menor de 1er grado.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd argue that there's no probable cause for written threats to kill. The A form does not allege what phone number the text messages were sent from, and there's no confirmation that that cell phone number where the text messages were sent from is connected to Mr. Eliza. Therefore, I'd argue there's no probable cause.
Okay.
Your Honor, on the first paragraph on the first page of the A form, it says that the defendant was the one who answered the phone and that the victim knows him and was able to identify him.
I understand that there was a call from an unknown number and then the victim did recognize his voice, but there's no allegation that the text messages came from the same number.
Se argumenta que no se debería encontrar causa probable al delito de mandar amenazas por escritos, ya que no se puede confirmar que el número de teléfono desde el cual se mandaron las amenazas o los mensajes le corresponden al acusado.
I'll find probable cause for count 1 and count 2 as well, based on what I'm looking at.
And Your Honor, I would just ask for house arrest total lockdown on all 3 cases.
Well, in this case, I'm about to place a bond. Written threats, it's a felony second degree. Is that a $7,500 bond?
There's no standard.
No, okay. I'll put a $5,000 bond. And on the domestic injunction, $1,000 bond.
Su señoría encuentra causa
Go ahead.
Causa probable para los delitos que se le imputan. Cargo número 1, amenazas por escrito, delito mayor de segundo grado, $5,000. Cargo número 2, relacionado a la violencia intrafamiliar, $1,000.
Sir, I have multiple stay away orders here, and the stay away order means that you are to stay away from these individuals. No contact in writing, by phone. Do not use your phone to contact them. No social media, no third-party communication, and you can't be near them at all. If you see them, walk away. You are not to possess any illegal drugs. You are not to carry any firearms, weapons, ammunition. If you do, you need to give them to the police department as soon as possible. Do you live with any of these individuals?
Muy bien, señor, voy a tener que emitir múltiples órdenes de alejamiento, lo cual quiere decir que usted tiene que mantenerse alejado de estos individuos o estas personas. Usted no puede tener contacto con ellos, ya sea por escrito, vía telefónica. Usted no puede usar ningún teléfono para comunicarse con ellos. No puede comunicarse a través de las redes sociales o tratar de comunicarse a través de terceras personas, y en todo momento tienen que mantenerse alejado de ellos. Si usted los ve, camine en dirección contraria. Usted tiene prohibido tener o consumir sustancias ilícitas y tiene prohibido tener, poseer o portar armas de fuego o munición. De tener algunas de estas, las tiene que entregar a la comisaría más cercana. ¿Usted vive en la misma casa con alguna de las supuestas víctimas?
Yo no tengo que ver con esa gente, eso fue un caso que me crearon y ya, y yo fui,
No habla con.
sí, ok.
I don't even know these people. This is a case that they file against
No.
me.
Okay, that's fine. I just have so many here. So I'm going to read you the names.
Dile que son de confianza, por favor.
Stay away from them. And these are the victims on your cases. Okay? Leonel Acosta, Dario Garcia, Leonel Acosta. This is the same individual. I just have to sign all these orders. And is there any others? And Dario Garcia, they're all the same. There's 2 victims. You are to stay away from them. Understood, sir?
Muy bien, señor, le voy a leer los nombres para que usted lo tenga en claro. Usted no puede acercarse a Leonel Acosta ni a Dariel García, las 2 víctimas. No puede estar cerca de ellos. ¿Me ha entendido?
Ujú.
Ujú.
What's your question?
De que yo creo, para ver si me puedo bajar la fianza para poder salir. Si me puedo poner la fianza, para bajar la fianza esta para poder salir.
Will you reduce
Tengo un hijo.
the bond so that I can leave? I have a child to take care of.
Porque tengo hijos. Yo no tengo a mi hijo para poder ver a mi hijo hoy, que no lo tengo solo en la casa.
I have to see my child. He's alone. He's home alone.
So there are consequences to all our actions. So I suggest that perhaps you get somebody to help you with that child at this time, okay? Thank
Your
you.
Honor, as to my request for house arrest, total lockdown, is that denied?
That is the
Muy bien. Señor, usted está lidiando con las consecuencias de sus acciones. Yo le sugiero que busque a alguien para que lo ayude a cuidar al menor.
Esos rezos me lo denegaron.
It's just a state gave me too many of these. I know you cannot consolidate them.
These need to be sent in seconds.
You are so pushy. Miranda William. Charged with false name after arrest. controlled substance possession of a controlled substance, drug paraphernalia, and you've had a prior case that I heard on driving license suspended. Any argument as to probable cause?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd argue that there's no PC for the false name arrest after arrest with the felony. Because there's no allegations in the A form that there was any sort of adverse effect to the person whose name or the name that Mr. Miranda gave the police. There would need to be an adverse effect by that identification being given, and there's no allegation that there was. So I believe there's only PC for a misdemeanor false name.
Okay.
Facing the four corners of the A form, stated he didn't know his last name and then later proceeded to provide his full name and his date of birth to the officers. He gave the name of Leon Raymond.
The judge, there would have to be an adverse effect to make it a felony rather than a misdemeanor.
After, did he give his name right away?
It was corrected after he was taken into custody.
I think I agree that it should be, is it a misdemeanor false name? Okay, and what count is that?
That would be count one.
Okay, so as to count one will be reduced. Okay, probable causes to count 2 and 3. Now, reduction in the misdemeanor is that, 1 second. What degree is that misdemeanor? False name.
It's a misdemeanor in the second degree.
Second degree, so it's 2,250. And as to the second count,
An F3 would be 2,500 standard bond.
4,500 count 2, and then the paraphernalia misdemeanor in the first
500.
at 500.
Judge, can you repeat the bonds, please?
Yes, I can. Count 1, 250, count 2, 2,500, count 300.
Sorry, Judge, for some reason you're breaking up. I couldn't hear count 3.
Count 3, 500.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks.
It's 4 counts, Judge.
I thought we had handled the driver license.
The driver license is count 5.
That's count 1 on the calendar.
Now I see. There's 2 counts for drug paraphernalia possession. Do we have 2 of those in this arrest affidavit? 1 second.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is it?
No, I know it's right here. There
Pipes.
are 2 pipes. Okay.
One and one, third one.
Okay, PC count 4, 500 of those on that as well.
Aaron, I'd be asking for house arrest for Mr. Miranda.
Why house arrest?
Sorry, Judge?
Is there a reason? Is there
Yes, he does have a stable address, Your Honor. He doesn't have any priors in the last 2 years.
And it looks like he's homeless. How can
Any felony priors, sorry. There's a misdemeanor from last year.
No, denied. Denied. Okay. Russell Chilquan.
Judge, I'm so sorry. What is count 1? Is it $250?
Yes. Yes. It was reduced to a misdemeanor. Okay, Russell Chilquan. Okay. You have an attorney next to you. You were arrested on an armed robbery, felony in the first degree, and a misdemeanor battery. Any argument as to probable?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd argue that there's no probable cause for armed robbery, and the A form clearly states that subject number 2, which is not Mr. Russell, produced the firearm and tried to take the victim's purse. Just because Mr. Russell was there does not mean there's enough to charge him with armed robbery. There's no allegation that they were planning this or acting in concert together.
Dave?
And I would argue that he was, if anything, an accessory to the armed robbery. They both threatened to and struck the victim.
And then there was a brief struggle. He was able to run.
Excuse me.
1 second. Who's that? Hello?
I'm the victim.
Okay. Okay. Is there, I'm Judge Morero. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Is there anything you want to add at this time before I can?
I do want to say that I was beat really, really bad. It was like a gang of them. I was robbed. I was pistol whipped. I don't have any family or friends down here, and she knew that and took advantage of that. I do fear for my life and my safety. They had been reaching out to me after, still making threats.
Well, we're going to stop that right now. So before you continue, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and what you have said is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but that truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. So I know that you're here, and you're telling me that you fear and that they're communicating with you.
Correct.
Is there anything, State, is there anything you want to answer?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, at this time, I think count one, I'll find probable cause. But this individual did not have the gun. Okay. Is there a bond for this? Armed robbery with a weapon? It's with a weapon, correct?
There's no standard bond, Your Honor.
Stephanie. And battery, misdemeanor battery. I'll find PC for that as well. And the battery, would be $500.
Let your hand open.
Okay. So, ma'am, you are to stay away from Chloe Glenn, who is the victim in this case. Okay. So there is a stay away order that I'm signing right now, which means that you are not to have an arrest. Are you listening? Okay, you need to listen. This is very serious for you. Okay? No contact whatsoever. Not by social media, not by the telephone, no third party communication. You can't tell your friend, hey, call her for me. That's a violation of the stay away order. Understood?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, count one is 2,500.
If that's what I put on there, yes.
Yes.
No, 75.
And Judge, count 2 is 500?
Yes, that's what it
Thank
is.
you.
Okay. Bowens Tarvan Jr. Sir, I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. Law offices of Carlos Martinez. She's right next to you, sir. This is an arrest warrant. You have been arrested for a first degree felony murder, is what I'm reading here, and also, which is a capital offense, and also a first degree punishable by life armed robbery with a firearm. Now, both of these carry state.
Your Honor, both, the second one is punishable by life, include punishable by life, and we'd be requesting no bond as to count one and count two.
Judge, I did not receive a copy of the warrant. I need a copy. Can someone send that over to me?
There'll be no bond at this time. Once again, there's a warrant. There's a prior judge who found probable cause to sign this warrant.
Judge, I need a copy of the warrant to argue any probable cause. Can someone send that over to me?
Could you please provide your email?
Yes, it's KTORRES, so K Torres at P as in Peter, D as in Delta, Miami.com.
So by its nature, an affidavit in support of a warrant, the judge had to determine if there's probable cause within that to issue that arrest warrant. So a prior judge has already established probable cause and signed the warrant. So there'll be no bond as to both of these counts at this time. Guano?
No bond, right?
That's right. One. Sir, you have an attorney standing next to you. So be appointed office of Carlos Martinez. Okay. You have 3 charges in arrested on. Trafficking is 1. Controlled substance held, manufacture with possession, and misdemeanor drug paraphernalia, possession with intent. Any arguments to probable cause at this time, counsel?
No probable cause arguments, Your Honor. I'd just be asking for house arrest, total lockdown.
Your Honor, also just requesting a Nebia hold, given that count 1 is for trafficking of methamphetamines.
Is there a probation hold on this?
Yes, Judge, she's out on probation on F23-8267.
Okay. This should be in 1 second. Look at this. What are you requesting to?
A Nebia hold, because count 1 is for methamphetamine.
I'll find probable cause as to count 1. Any argument as to probable cause, counsel? I haven't heard anything.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, as to count 2, probable cause, and as to count 3, probable cause. And in the first count, second, there'll be a Nebia, but I need to set a bond. What is the bond amount on that?
There's nothing in your bond.
Okay, so is it a trafficking case? Crystal meth, 27 grams. $1,500. Count 2, 5,000. And count 3, the misdemeanor, drug count misdemeanor in the first degree, 500.
And that with
the
the
Nebia as to the first count.
a Nebia goes on the first count, Judge, only.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. How much was count 1?
I don't remember that. 15,000.
Thank you.
Walker Nelson,
Your Honor, I would also be requesting a nebia for count 1 on this case. It's also trafficking.
okay, sir, you've been charged with trafficking cocaine, count 1, within 1,000 feet of a school, count 2, possession, controlled substance, count 3, and count 4, controlled substance, count 5, possession of cannabis, count 6, possession with intent to sell, deliver, and a possession of cannabis, count 7. State, is this not some duplicitous with the trafficking count? But any argument as to PC?
Your Honor, I would argue that there was no reasonable suspicion to stop Mr. Walker under Panther v. State 8 Southern 3rd 1262. The court found that the officer had no reasonable suspicion to stop an individual in a high crime area that did a hand-to-hand transaction of unknown items. Here, this A form reads exactly the same. Officers observe hand-to-hand transactions of unknown items, and that's not enough to detain someone. And I believe a motion to suppress would be granted in this case, therefore taking care of the rest of the charges.
Okay, well, I'm sure you can file a motion to suppress before the court, but any state from you?
Your Honor, I would argue that that is reasonable suspicion to suspect that he was engaged in selling or trafficking cocaine, given the small amounts of dollars and the multiple people that were going up to him. For the A form, there were several baggies found.
So, in essence, you charged every baggie. Is that what it is? Cannabis, some are filed, some MDMA, then cocaine. Is that correct?
Yes, Your
Is
Honor.
that what happened? Okay. They asked to count 1. I'll find probable cause.
And Your Honor, I would be asking for house arrest total lockdown in this case. These are nonviolent charges. He does have a stable address.
It says homeless on my sheet. Is this Walker?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. On the arrest affidavit, it says homeless. PC has to count 1. Is this a nebia? You're requesting a nebia on this
Yes, Your Honor, on the trafficking charge.
$15,000. It's a first-degree felony on a trafficking with nebia. Okay, count 2, which is also a first-degree felony on here, will be $5,000. Count 3, third-degree possession, $2,500. One second. Controlled substance. Gram, heroin. As to count 4, $2,500. There's a lot of counts here. They stopped him. Count 5, cannabis, $1,500. I'm going to go back because there's 2 on count 4. Count 5 is the same. So on count 5, $2,500. Count 6, $1,500. And count 7, $1,500.
It's 8 counts, Judge.
The judge can address some of these counts at a later date.
He has 8 counts.
Yeah.
Count 4 in the A form has 2 counts of limit, so count 8 would also be cannabis possession within 1,000 feet of public housing.
Okay. So in that case, we'll just $2,500. Thank you.
For count 8?
Mhm.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's count 8, Judge?
2,500.
Count 1 is only with the Nebula, correct?
Yes, just as to count one. Felipe Mkhitaryan.
Mr. Felipe is out on probation on F246506.
Your Honor, I would also be requesting an audio hold for count 1, the methamphetamine trafficking.
Any arguments to probable cause, sir? You've been arrested on the trafficking count 1 and sale or delivery count 2, controlled substance count 3, count 4, controlled substance possession, count 5, controlled substance, count 6, communication device unlawful use, and misdemeanor resisting a police officer without violence. And there's a hold on here. Is that the probation hold? Okay. Out on bond on that case, so that bond should be revoked. Any argument as to probable cause at this time?
No probable cause arguments, Your Honor.
Yes, count 1, it would be PC, and that is trafficking first degree felony, $15,000 with a Nebia. Count 2, 5,000. Count 3, 5,000. Count 4, 1,500. Count 5, 1,500. Count 6, 1,500. Misdemeanor resisting an officer without violence. Is that $500 bond?
Correct.
$500 bond on that count.
And Your Honor, I would ask for house arrest, total lockdown in this case. He's just informed me that he was supposed to be transported to a program today.
My probation officer knows about it.
On a case, and then this case came in. It was
Both were arrested, Your Honor, in August of 2024 for trafficking 1 kilo.
trafficking a kilo and back, it was August last year.
Please give me a chance.
No, your request is denied.
Need treatment. I don't need treatment.
Hey, Isaac Andres. Andrew, Isaac. Yes, sir. You have an attorney representing you. Possession of cannabis, arms, and a weapon, openly carrying a weapon. Any arguments for probable cause?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd argue that there's no PC for a felony cannabis possession. The statute requires, for a misdemeanor cannabis possession, it's 20 grams or less. Here in the A form, it's alleged that he had 20 grams exactly. So it'd have to be more than 20 grams to be considered a felony.
Your Honor, it was charged, I believe it was charged as a felony because he was armed
Yeah,
with
that's
the
right.
possession of the 20 grams.
What was he armed? What was he armed? A fully loaded handgun with one chamber in plain view. Observe the fully loaded handgun. It's in the second page, paragraph 3.
Your
And
Honor, the statute that's cited to in the A form is not for an armed possession. It is literally cites the misdemeanor for the 20 grams or less.
And that's 893.136A. State.
One moment, Your Honor, just for me to confirm that. Section 1A says a person may not sell, manufacture, deliver, possess with intent to sell, manufacture, deliver a controlled substance. A person who violates this provision with respect. One moment, Your Honor. Armed commits a felony in the second degree.
It doesn't state anything, it just has to be more than 20 grams.
It doesn't specify the number of grams in the statute cited. It just says, may not sell, manufacture, deliver, or possess a controlled substance.
Okay, while armed.
Yeah.
Any argument as to what the statute says?
No, Your Honor, not at this time. I'd just be asking for house arrest since Mr. Isaacs does not have any priors. And he's only 23.
You can find probable cause for count 1 and count 2. You can take a pre-trial with that. Okay. Pre-trial can take him.
Okay,
So,
great.
at this time, so let me just give a bond, an alternative. First count 2,500, and the second count will be 500. So it'll be pre-trial with an alternative bond. And the total bond is 3,000 alternative bond. Yes, 3,000 alternative bond. Really, pre-trial takes somebody.
Yeah, not the senior, there's a lot of bad there.
Today, what's going on?
I don't know.
Is it always like this?
No, I'm using my.
Okay, next case, Marcel Jumeste.
Mr. Jumist is out on felony bond on F259089.
And Your Honor, he also has an open misdemeanor for B185823.
And that bond is revoked. And sir, you have an attorney standing next to you. In this case, it is a felony in the third degree possession with intent to solicit, sell, manufacture, or solicit, something that occurred June 18th. Any arguments to probable cause, counsel?
No probable cause argument, Judge. I'd just be asking for house arrest total lockdown on both his cases.
He was out on bond and picked up a new case.
I understand, Your Honor, and I believe house arrest total lockdown will ensure that he does not pick up any more cases.
State?
Your Honor, would be amenable to bond plus house arrest. The defendant has several convictions, and like you previously mentioned, he was out on bond on 2 cases when this was picked up.
Okay. Let's put a strict bond on this at this time. So felony in the third degree, $2,500 bond I'll put, okay. Jean George. Sir, you're being charged with an aggravated battery of a pregnant female. You have an attorney next to you who's representing you at this time. Any arguments to probable cause?
No arguments to probable cause, Your Honor, but Mr. Georges says he can stay with his mother and have a stable address. I'd ask that he be released to pretrial services. His last conviction was from 2016.
Pretrial?
And Your Honor, I'd also ask that he put on GPS level 2. He has several domestic violence priors. They were all no action or no prost, but he was arrested for several domestic violence crimes.
Okay, so there are several domestic violence crimes.
It was unclear for the A form whether this was a domestic relationship, so I prepared a non-DV stay away order, but if you'd like me to prepare a DV stay away order, I can do so.
Okay, Do you have a relation to this person by the name of Alaya Ruiz? Sir? You know this person?
She's asking if you know the victim in the case.
I was.
Don't say anything about the case, just yes or no. Do you know her?
Okay. So you are to steer away from that individual, Alaya Ruiz, and no contact whatsoever, phone or in person or wherever you are with her in this, okay? So this is a second-degree felony, so,
Would Your Honor grant house arrest in this case?
No.
is he homeless?
For the A form, he's homeless.
He's homeless.
He has informed me that he can stay with his mother.
What's his mother's address?
580 North East.
Say it into the mic.
580 North East 175th Street.
580 Northeast?
175th Street.
State? What is your position?
I would just be requesting bond and GPS level 2. It's an F2, so there is no standard bond.
He can't afford the bond, Your Honor, so that's why I'd just be asking for a straight house arrest.
He doesn't know the victim, according to him. Was she a stranger?
She a stranger to you, the victim?
She's my landlord. She was my landlord. My neighbor, like her boyfriend, her husband was my landlord. I was connected.
Her husband was his landlord, according to Mr. Georges.
Somehow here. I'm going to leave it at bond. $2,500 bond. Hill, Keith Hill. Mr. Hill, you're being charged with aggravated assault on a police officer. You have an attorney who's next to you. Any argument as to probable cause?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd argue that there's no probable cause for an aggravated assault. Mr. Hill would have had to have an intent to make an unlawful threat here. The allegation is that Mr. Hill reversed and then accelerated forward and stopped. The officer did not ever say that he jumped out of the way, that he was in fear. He simply stated, "What are you going to run me over?" And then Mr. Hill stated that he wasn't going to run the officer over. He just was trying to get home. I'd argue that there's probable cause for a misdemeanor resisting arrest without violence only.
Your Honor, I would argue that by suddenly accelerating towards the sergeant at a high speed is sufficient for aggravated assault. Direction with his vehicle.
I would tend to agree. It's within a vehicle that he's driving and he's sped up with the officer. So I will find probable cause at this time on that count. It's an aggravated assault, second-degree felony, state any bond.
I'd be requesting a $5,000 bond, Your Honor.
$3,000 bond at this time. On count one. Larmond Devon.
Mr. Lamont is NBC judge reset for tomorrow. He's also out on probation on F249226.
Okay, reset tomorrow. And it's Holmes, Michael Holmes. Oh, no, wait one second. I'm sure I didn't miss one.
Mr. Holmes is out on felony bond F259530.
Okay.
Just waiting for Mr. Holmes, Your Honor.
He's on felony bond on one case or two cases, Mr. Holmes? One case.
I have one case, Judge.
1 case, 8 counts.
Okay. So that bond is revoked at this time, dealing with these two cases that's before me right now.
She's here, Your Honor.
Mr. Holmes, you have an attorney who's next to you. You have two cases here. One happened June 17th, one happened June 18th. The one that happened June 17th is a petty theft, but it is a felony in the third degree because you have a prior petty theft conviction. Is there any argument as to probable cause on this arrest affidavit, counsel?
No argument to probable cause. I just asked for a dollar bond since the other bond was revoked and Mr. Holmes will remain in custody.
State.
Requesting standard bond in the amount of $2,500.
Standard bond, $2,500 on this. Second case, Mr. Holmes, that you have happened on June 18th, possession of cocaine and the felony in third degree and drug paraphernalia, misdemeanor in the first degree. Counsel, any argument as to probable cause?
No, Your Honor.
Find probable cause as to count 1 and as to count 2 PC. This is a third degree felony, $2,500. And as to the misdemeanor, count 1, $500. Did I put that in one? Yes. In next case, Figueroa.
He's reset medical judge for tomorrow.
For what reset?
And Mr. Marshall needs the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Do we have an interpreter, Mr. Marcial, Michael?
Statewide order for this. Your Honor, for this case, I'd be requesting GPS level 2 given the allegations in the A form.
La Fiscalía en este caso solicita geolocalizador nivel 2 dadas las alegaciones.
Any arguments to probable cause at this time?
No probable cause arguments, Your Honor.
La defensa no tiene argumento para hacer con respecto a causa probable.
As to count 1. And this is bond $7,500 in this case, and it'll be a level 2 GPS as well.
Is that plus bond, Judge?
7,500.
Plus bond or alternate?
Plus, yes, the plus.
Your Honor, given that Mr. Marshall doesn't have any priors, would you consider just straight house arrest?
I will not consider that, considering what I've read on this arrest affidavit. And by the way, sir, you are to stay away from Teresita Moreno. You are to also not possess any weapons, firearms, guns, or any other weapons of any type. If you do have any firearms, you are to drop it off at the police department, and you are to stay away from this victim And no communication, no third-party communication, no electronic communication with her. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
Do you have any belongings in her home? Counsel,
If the interpreter could ask him.
Sorry, Your Honor, I thought he understood, so then allow me to repeat everything you said.
thank you.
Señor Marichal, su señoría encuentra causa probable para el delito que se le imputa fianza $1,500, más una orden de alejamiento a favor de la señora Teresita Moreno. Usted no puede tener, poseer o portar armas, armas de fuego o municiones. De tener alguna de estas, tienen que entregarla a la comisaría más cercana. Usted tiene que mantenerse alejado de la víctima, no puede tener contacto con ella a través de terceras personas o a través de medios de comunicación electrónico. ¿Usted vive con ella?
No.
No, I don't.
You don't have any belongings in her house.
Por ende, no tiene ninguna pertenencia en la vivienda.
Solamente la medicina de mis perros que se me quedaron en su casa. Que
Yes,
una de las cosas que yo le escribí a ella, que ella dice que yo estoy harassing, una de las cosas fue preguntándole cómo me podía hacer llegar a esas medicinas.
Just that I have my pet's medicine in her house, and the reason why she is accusing me of harassing or harassment is because I was texting her to know how can I get back those medicines.
Sir, I'm sure you can get those medicines by the veterinarian, okay? Because if you are anywhere near her in any way, shape, or form, or you call her, you'll be in violation of this order, which is part of the conditions for your release. Okay?
Señor, yo estoy segura que usted puede obtener estas medicinas contactando al médico veterinario. Si usted se acerca a ella de cualquier manera, de cualquier forma, la llama, usted estaría en quebrantamiento de esta orden judicial y es que son parte de las condiciones para su liberación.
Okay. Hope you understand that. Next case, please. Let me see.
Espero me haya entendido.
Okay, this is the exterior order. Sheffield. Delvin. Mr. Sheffield, you have an attorney next to you. I've appointed her to represent you. You have a battery on an employee, official school employee, possession of firearms, school property, and a violation of a concealed weapon or firearms license. Those are what you were arrested on, but I'm going to see whether your attorney has any argument as to probable cause.
Yes, Your Honor, I do. For the firearm possession on school property, I'd argue there's no probable cause because Mr. Sheffield didn't knowingly possess the firearm. He did state to the officers that he had grabbed the wrong backpack that morning and therefore did not realize he had the firearm with him, and the statute requires for him to knowingly possess it.
Dave?
Your Honor, he was in actual possession of it.
I agree with that. I'll find probable cause as to count 1. Count 2, which is the possession of the firearm, and the violation of a concealed, and there is no license. Is that correct? Is that why you've charged that? Okay. PC as to that.
And Your Honor, I'd ask for pretrial services because he doesn't have any priors.
Pre-trial, you're not giving me anyone today. No. They don't take the firearm charges.
Understood, Judge.
You understand? Okay. So as to the bond, 1 second. As to the battery, we'll do 2,500. As to the one with the firearm, we'll leave it 2,500 because they will add up, and the violation will be $500.
I'm like, who's this Marino?
Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I couldn't go home, but I told her I would leave because and I have to say extra 30 minutes for my fit, the extra 30 minutes of the leave.
Yeah. Gonna be more than 30 minutes.
No, I'm thinking right.
It still has like 5 pages to go.
6 pages. Okay.
That's like another hour at least. Only one more murder.
At the rate we send them.
Yeah, from what I could tell, from what I saw, you have one pre-trial detention license, that one murder case that has something else, right? No, there was another one.
Well, no, that one was reset.
Okay.
It was the TD Bank one, the stabby.
No.
Oh. The motion.
Yeah, it's already on. It's just when he did what he did to those good people, their buddy would go around and take the hit out of it.
Okay, State, if you can hear me, can you please send me the arrest warrant for Tarvon Bowens?
Yes.
Thank you.
And this one, this is the other one that was.
I don't think I did one.
We have not done that on yet. We're on page 11 or 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all good.
You need signature and the info on the second part.
Yes. No, this is still coming up. There's 2, there will be 2 of them in total, so.
Yeah, we got a attorney meeting to go both of mine. You know, Mary.
He was able to post a night.
I'm glad that he was before he over gone from that to what probably not reading the jail card.
Yeah, that's what you keep saying. They're messing up on the jail card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, she did.
He was, but I had to make sure what I did. I didn't get my little on here to go in and I go to my jail. You can judge me. Eric. But we can use the judge. She did the new satisfaction for you too.
Yeah, I know. You know, that's why I told her that she's doing. Did she hear about the changes with that case? And she put the division judge.
Wow. If somebody keeps everybody left on it, so you should know what you go here and here something.
And then want to get money credit. So they're out of the right times.
No, you're right, not just you.
I wish I had that much. They paid too much.
Miss Torres, did you get the email?
I did, thank you.
Yeah, but you wanted to be a big person. My phone, my humors.
Yes.
I'm on vacation starting Saturday because I'm here on Saturday. I said vacation. Huh?
Yeah, let me see what.
Send it on the order.
Room 34, 34.
Okay, so I'm not bad. I'm good. You don't have to take care of me anymore. Oh.
It's 16 times.
Oh, there you go.
So that's what's wrong.
16.
Yeah. If I could do
So nice to see you. We gotta get together. Bye.
Hey.
This one. I never get to see my friends because I'm in another court. So that's usually. All right, we're gonna call Torello. Mr. Peralta, you have an attorney that is standing next to you. You've been arrested on tampering with an electronic monitoring device and a criminal mischief. Second-degree felony.
He does require the services of a Spanish interpreter.
Judge, he also has a hold for immigration, and he's also out on probation violation F2323934 and F2323912 Bravo.
Okay, and that's a probation hold?
Yes, he has 2 probation violations. One is F2323934. The other one is F230239112 Bravo.
Su señoría, el acusado tiene una retención migratoria, así como tiene 2 quebrantamientos de probatoria en la causa F23-23934 y F23-02312B de Bravo.
Yeah, I kind of need your help. Hold on. 34, 1 second. Okay, and these are added charges, I see. Okay. No argument as to probable cause, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
So as to count 1, I'll find probable cause. Count 2, the criminal mischief probable cause as well. Just 1 second. And that is a 3rd-degree felony. $2,500 and $500 on the second count. Okay, but there is a hold, sir. So you have a hold on your probation cases.
He also has an ICE hold, Judge.
And an ICE hold, immigration hold.
Muy bien, estos son cargos agregados. Para el cargo número 1, su señoría encuentra causa probable, es un delito mayor de 3er grado, fianza $2,500. Cargo número 2, destrucción a la propiedad privada, causa probable, fianza $500. Usted tiene retención por estos 2 casos, más una retención de inmigración.
The next case, please. Did I do that one? Hernandez Leroy?
Yes.
I have to stay away first.
Okay, let me make sure on to this case 196. Sir, you have an attorney. Your attorney's next to you. There are 3 cases before me here today. The first case I'll address. One quick step. Second, Mr. Hernandez, is 251269A, or 8, I believe. Okay, which is a retail theft, and it's a felony of the 2nd degree because you have priors. You have prior retail thefts. Okay, any argument as to probable cause on this? Counsel?
No probable cause arguments, Your Honor. I'd just be asking for TAP in all of these cases. Mr. Hernandez is homeless and TAP would ensure that he gets a bed. These cases are circumstances of his homelessness.
Yeah, he has several prior convictions. The state would be objecting to TAP.
The same thing for petty theft,
Theft, grand theft.
grand theft as well.
Agreed.
Okay. Okay.
Judge, Mr. Hernandez is also a fugitive from F Corps.
He's a fugitive?
Yes, Judge, from
Or-
Florida Parole.
All right. He's CF to count one, and this is a felony second degree, 2,500. Put it on that. Okay, and as to that case, there's a stay away order, and that stay away order, sir, you are to stay away. 1 second. From Darby Freight, 2851 Northwest 27th Avenue. Stay away from that location. The next case is also a retail theft, second degree felony. And this case is 25-12697. Any argument as to probable cause, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
1 second. All right, $2,500, PC. And there is a stay away order on this case, and sir, you are to stay away from, is this the same place?
Yep.
All three of them, Harbor Freight Tools. You are to stay away from that place that you have been going to. The other case is the same, retail theft, and this is 25-12696. And this is April 26th, and the argument is to PC. No, I will find PC bond 2,500. And again, stay away from that location. Okay. We have the May 3rd case. Did we deal with that? Yes, I did. 3 cases. You got me? Okay. Next case is Juan Cabo Sanchez.
This is an added charge, Judge.
The added charge of grand theft. Mr. Sanchez, they added this count, which is grand theft. And he asked you probable cause at this time.
I do, Your Honor, and I just want to mention he does need the services of a Spanish interpreter.
Señora, usted le han agregado un delito, el delito de hurto de mayor cuantía.
Your Honor, I'd argue that there's no PC for a first-degree felony grand theft of a vehicle. Again, there's no allegation that the vehicle is worth at least $100,000 or more. I would also argue that there's no PC for grand theft. There's no indication that Mr. Cabo Sanchez knew the vehicle was stolen. It wasn't hot wired. There's no allegations that he actually stole the vehicle.
Your Honor, I would ask that you find PC for grand theft in the second degree. It just requires that they not be over $20,000. It was a Chevy truck.
What year was the Chevy truck?
It doesn't specify.
Exactly. So how am I supposed to know? So no, PC for the grand theft third degree. And what was the one on that?
2,500.
2,500, okay.
Su señoría encuentra que existe causa probable para el hurto de mayor cuantía, delito mayor de tercer grado, fianza $2,500.
So, Your Honor, just for the record, he does have an open felony F25-12640 in front of Judge Gammas. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed.
Says no future hearing on. Okay. Thank you.
Su señoría, para que conste en el acta, él también tiene un caso pendiente, un delito mayor, F25-12640, frente al juez Gámez.
Yes, Sullivan, Christopher. Mr. Sullivan, you have an attorney. You were arrested in grand theft in third degree, grand theft. It has to do with a bike. Any argument as to probable cause, counsel?
The probable cause arguments, Your Honor, just be asking for pretrial services.
Pretrial, can you take him? He has priors? What kind of priors? Bond $2,500. Pretrial cannot take him because of his prior. Okay. Next case, Beckus Darius. Yes. Mr. Beckus, you have an attorney that I've appointed standing next to you to make any arguments. This is a grand theft in the third degree, something that happened June 18th. Any argument as to the probable cause on this affidavit?
One moment, Your Honor. We're just getting Mr. Beckus out here. Are you Mr. Beckus?
Beckus. Is this Mr. Beckus? Can I call something out of turn?
I don't have any PC arguments for Mr. Beckus, but he has no priors. I'd be asking for an ROR.
Wait.
NCIC.
He has prior.
Yes, NCIC. Let me.
Okay. Federal priors or out-of-state priors? Okay. He
Can I
does.
be asking for pretrial services?
Gallup Police Department fraud. The disposition of that case is unknown, but there was an arrest. He has UIs out of Arizona, which he was found guilty for.
Okay, what is the standard bond and grand theft?
2,500.
2,500 standard bond.
Your Honor, Mr. Beckus cannot afford any bond right now, so holding him to that bond would be tantamount to no bond. I'd be asking for pretrial services.
Pretrial? Okay. Alternative bond, 2,500. Pretrial services.
Okay, perfect. So you need to get pretrial services.
Sir, you are to stay away from Jasper Hazley. Is it Hazley?
Yeah.
Okay, stay away from that individual. Do not come near that individual as a victim in this case, the alleged victim. No contact whatsoever via phone, call, or in person. Okay, understood, sir?
Come on, sir.
Yeah.
Understand?
So, no, not really.
You have to stay away from the victim in the case.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
We release pretrial. Next case, Benitez Victor.
Mr. Benitez is out on felony bond F2420446 Alpha.
Out on bond, that bond should be revoked. And sir, you have an attorney next to you. You have several charges here. Possession of cocaine with intent to manufacture, deliver, and intent crack cocaine, more specifically, possession, again, of cocaine, possession of cannabis, manufacturing, delivery, and resisting an officer without violence. Any argument is PC on any one of those counts.
Your Honor, no probable cause arguments. I would just ask for house arrest total lockdown on both his cases. It would ensure that he would remain monitored and not pick up any new cases.
State, this is a sale. Manufacturer. Go ahead.
Be okay with GPS on.
You'll be okay with the GPS monitor at this time?
Yes.
Well, is this individual's out on bond?
Out on felony bond, Judge.
One state, are you sure you want to agree with that?
My apologies, Your Honor.
Okay.
No. If we could just do monetary bond.
Out on felony bond, okay, I've gone through vote on this. I'll find probable cause as to the counts, which are 4 counts. Okay, as to count 1, $5,000. Count 2 is a possession. Possession is $2,500. Count 3, cannabis, $2,500. And resisting office misdemeanor first degree is at $500. Okay, thank you.
Count 4 is 500, Judge.
Yes. The next case, Sotomayor, Carlos Well. Is this Sotomayor?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, third, a battery, and it's a felony in the second degree. It says 2 prior convictions for this battery. Argument counsel on behalf of your client.
Your Honor, no probable cause arguments. I would just ask that he be granted pretrial services. His last prior was from 1998.
Pretrial will not take him state. Any bond recommendation?
I'd be requesting a $2,500 bond on each.
$2,500 bond, and please stay away from, is it CMES? From the victim in this case, the alleged victim, you are to stay away, you are to possess no illegal drugs. You are also not to possess or carry any firearm or any weapons. If you do have a firearm, you need to go to the police department, okay, and hand over your firearms to them, okay? And anything else on this case? Do you, 1 second. Do you live in the same home?
With my wife, we were living at the same home, but I could stay at my mother's house, Judge.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to let you go into that home with the police.
Okay.
48 hours from this order, so you can gather your belongings or your clothes, okay?
Yes.
And then stay at your mom's until, see what happens with this case moving forward, okay? Understood? Now, no communication means no communication. You can't text her, you can't call her, you can't ask your mother to call her or talk to her while this case is pending at this moment in time. Understood?
Yes, Judge, I understood. Thank you.
There are Waters.
Mr. Waters refused. Reset for tomorrow.
He has 2 cases.
Now, baby. There.
1 second, I'll just write that.
Judge Corrections is telling me that Mr. Waters refused.
Yes.
Okay.
And here are the story orders. Give me one of those. Next case is Juan Vera.
Mr. Vera, also disruptive reset for tomorrow.
You reset tomorrow.
Thank you.
Here we go. The next case, Lopez, Yona Lopez Leonardo.
Disruptive judge reset for tomorrow.
I never had this many resets. Justin?
And this one is Rosen, Lex Samuel. 2 cases. So you have 2 cases. You have an attorney who's representing you today at this hearing. And the first case, I have an arrest affidavit with an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon attempt, actually, and a criminal mischief. And as to that AFM, case number 2512579. Counsel, do you have any arguments?
I do, Your Honor. I'd argue that there's no probable cause for a felony criminal mischief. Within the 4 corners of the arrest affidavit, there's no value of the damage. So I'd argue this would only be a 2nd-degree misdemeanor criminal mischief.
Your Honor, the state would stipulate to that.
Okay, I think this was argued before. I have notes here. But there
was found for.
as to count 1, but not count 2. Okay. So no PC count 2 and PC as to count 1. And as to the bond on that count, is it a $5,000 bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, $5,000 bond, count 1.
Judge, that's the case ended in 7-9, correct?
And yes, the release outright on count 2. Okay, as to the other case, criminal mischief case, any argument, counsel?
No probable cause argument to that, Your Honor. Mr. Rosen cannot afford any monetary bond at this point, so any monetary bond would be tantamount to no bond. I'd be asking for pretrial services.
Retrial, I'm not taking, and I'm assuming it's because of the other case. So in this case, $2,500. It's a felony, correct? Yes, $2,500.
Where's she at too?
And stay away order on this case?
On both cases.
Okay, there's 2 stay away orders here. One of them, sir, you are to stay away from Sky Coffee Restaurant on 1825 Biscayne Boulevard. You are to stay away and no contact whatsoever with that business or that address. And also the Opera House, 1750 Northwest Bayshore Drive. You are to stay away and no contact with that business via any type of communication. You understood, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. I go to a basketball court called Margaret Pace that's about 2.5 blocks away. Would I still be allowed to go there?
Yes, it's 500 feet.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good.
There's a lot to stay away on.
Okay, the next one is Tynes Wesley Lamont.
Mr. Tynes is a fugitive from Putnam County, no bond.
No bond on the fugitive, so fugitive warrant. Okay, state your also pre-trial.
Yes, Your Honor. Count 1 is mutual by life.
For count one, burglary with assault and battery, punishable by life, I see that. Okay. Is there any argument as to PC counsel on this?
Yes, Your Honor, I have probable cause argument as to the child neglect. For child neglect, the state would have to prove that a caregiver failed to provide a child with care, supervision, services to maintain that child's physical and mental health. Mr. Tynes was not responsible for this child. He was not their caregiver, and therefore there's no probable cause for that charge.
I wasn't.
Dave?
Your Honor, counsel's correct, but there's no relationship listed in the A form. It does mention that there are 3 children in common, but it does not mention either one of those children was that child in common.
Yes, you concede no PC as to count two.
Yeah, count 2 and 3.
Well, I agree, no probable cause. Count 2. And no PC as to count 3. So that leaves count 4, resisting an officer without violence, and count 1, burglary, and you have filed a pretrial motion as to count 3, battery.
Count 1, Your Honor, the motion is as to count 1.
Yeah, but I have count, it's a battery, count 4 is a resisting, and I have to give a bond on that. It's a misdemeanor in the first degree.
What is a battery?
It is?
Yeah.
There's 2 counts
Food,
of child neglect.
chocolates, that's why.
Oh, I understand. Okay, I get confused with that. I understand. Okay, thank you. Okay. So count 1, I have your pretrial motion. Count 2 and count 3, no PC. Count 4 is the battery. Okay. And what is your position on the battery?
I'd be requesting $1,000 bond.
Fine PC bond of $1,000, and to ask you count 5, resisting an officer without violence. And we bond, I'll find PC, $1,000 bond on that as well. One second. Give me a moment. Okay, I have this case and I have it. Okay, I don't think I have enough space to do this. One second. Let me go through this. Oh,
If you want, go to the same file.
okay, so 11. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so he's being on count 1, there's a motion, so he's being detained on that. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
No bond.
Detained, no bond. Okay. And now we're going with the criminal mischief. So I have count 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is that correct?
Yeah.
On the criminal mischief. Okay. $250 on each of those counts. And there are stay-away orders. Let me go through those, please. There's stay-away order from Demaris McNeil, Samuel Davis, Joe Hooper. So you are to stay away from those individuals. No contact, no electronic contact, no email, no social media, no Snapchat, all of the meetings, okay? And as to Jessica Williams Hamilton, And this is a pretrial release order, and it's no possession of any firearm, gun, weapon, ammunition. If you do possess any of that, you are to hand it over to the police department. And you are to stay away from this individual, okay? Do you have any property within the home of that individual? Did you live there?
No, I don't even know these people you telling me to stay away from. That's why I'm confused.
And what do I have? 1 second.
Jessica Williams Hamilton is his, according to the A form, his ex-girlfriend.
Is that your ex-girlfriend?
Yes, this is the mother of my kids. Yes.
You are to stay away from ex-girlfriend. No contact whatsoever, social media, or anything that I have stated. Understood?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Next case, please.
Okay, good luck, sir.
So what's going on?
You're being held without a bond. Your attorney's gonna come and call you and then talk about the case.
I have it. Okay, Foster, Stephen Foster.
Mr. Foster is a fugitive from Orange County, no bond.
Sir, you have no bond from Orange County, but I'm dealing with the cases that you have here in Miami-Dade County. An unoccupied building of structure, possession of cocaine, and a drug paraphernalia. Any argument as to probable cause? You have an attorney standing right next to you.
No probable cause argument, Your Honor, given the fugitive warrant. I'd just be asking for $1 bond as a hold on this case.
Are you the one that's gonna represent me on this?
We're going to structure with the standard bond on that.
On count 1, 2,500, count 2, 2,500, and count 3, 500.
Okay, will be standard bond on the attorney. 25, 25, and 500. And sir, you are to stay away from the jungle. 5th Northwest 24th Street. You are not to go, and I doubt you're going anywhere. You have a hold from Orange County as well. Okay, but you are to stay away from that business. Jared.
Good luck.
I'm requesting an habeas to count 1. It is methamphetamine trafficking. Count 1 and count 2.
Judge, he's refused. Reset for tomorrow.
Unless there was an add-on. No, it's just. It's still.
Letter Kenny Michael letter.
He refused, Judge. Reset for tomorrow.
Great. So
Your Honor, I believe that was the first one we addressed.
this is now it's so for Ben Justin. Yes. We have that one. Yes.
Judge, which case was that?
That's a writing is an add-on. And we're just Milton.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Justin Milton?
Yes.
Are you Mr. Milton? Ben? And you have an attorney next to you. Up with us, goes for calls. You were arrested in a battery of funny bathroom, felony in the third degree. Any argument, counsel?
No probable cause argument, Your Honor. He has no priors. I'd be asking for pretrial services.
Pretrial. No information right now. I'm gonna post the bond and, at this time, this is a battery, floating battery, $1,000,
How much, Judge?
5,000.
Can you afford $500?
Pretrial, if you find out that you can, would you take them? Yes. Okay, so pretrial release, alternative bond, 5,000, pretrial can take them, if not, you have to post the bond. Yeah. Is this the last one? Is this the last one? I just want to make sure. I don't want to get too excited. Okay, I don't get too excited about this. Okay.
I got excited before.
Okay. Castillo Zamora. This is a write-in as well. Mr. Zamora. Mr. Zamora, you have an attorney next to you. Does he need an interpreter?
Your Honor, this is for Mr. Castillo. Yes, he needs the interpreter.
Castillo Zamora, you're ready.
Yes.
Okay, sir, you have an attorney who's next to you. I'm appointing the attorney to represent you. You're here because you were charged and arrested on a controlled substance, possession of crack cocaine, and tampering with physical evidence, which is a felony in the third degree. Counsel, do you have any arguments?
Muy bien, señor, usted tiene a su abogada presente, parada al lado de usted, le asigno para que lo represente. Usted se encuentra acá porque se le imputa el delito de tenencia de una sustancia controlada, cocaína en cristal, y por manipular evidencia física, un delito mayor de tercer grado.
Yes, Your Honor, I would argue that there's no PC for tampering with physical evidence. The A form simply alleges that Mr. Castillo discards the cigarette box that he's holding. The statute would require him to either alter, destroy, conceal, or remove an item to impair its availability to the officers, and simply discarding a cigarette box onto the ground is not enough for tampering with physical evidence. And he did this in response to the officers coming up to him.
See, what's your position?
I would agree, Your Honor.
I would agree too. Okay, so as to count two, there'll be no PC. As to count one, there'll be probable cause. And it's felony in the third degree, 2,500.
That one and release outright.
Yes, count two, release outright.
Muy bien, entonces su señoría encuentra causa probable para el delito el número 1, que es un delito mayor de tercer grado, fianza $2,500. Su señoría no encuentra causa probable para el delito número 2, por ende usted va a ser liberado de inmediato.
And Your Honor, Mr. Castillo cannot afford his bond. I'd be asking for pretrial services.
Pretrial.
I don't have them.
Okay, let me look at that. Pretrial alternative bond to pretrial can take, and they have no information on this, right? But it'll be pretrial release, alternative bond.
Thank you, Judge.
Gracias al argumento de su abogada, su señoría lo va a liberar bajo la supervisión del programa Pretrial Services o de lo contrario paga la fianza de $2,500.
Anything else?
Nothing further from the state.
Anything from the defense in the court? No?
Your Honor, I did want to finish reading the arrest warrant that I did receive for Mr. Bowens. If I could just have one more minute to finish reading to see if I have any probable cause arguments.
So an arrest warrant, probable cause has already been determined on the arrest warrant by another judge. I'm not revisiting that.
I understand, Judge. I would just like the opportunity to make the argument after finishing reading the warrant.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and make it? Oh, wait. Are you almost done, Counselor?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, so let me understand this. If another judge determined probable cause, what is your argument before this judge?
Your Honor, I was just asking for a moment to finish reading the arrest warrant to see if I had any additional arguments to supplement the record with.
You can go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, another judge already determined probable cause of the arrest warrant.
Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, I don't, after reviewing the arrest form for Tarvon Bowens, I do not have any probable cause arguments.
Okay, so Counselor, again, another judge already determined probable cause, so this court would not be hearing the probable cause argument on that arrest affidavit. Okay, but
Understood, Judge.
time in case you want to address anything. This concludes this calendar at this time. Anything? I have my escort. Okay,
They're ready.
ready, they're ready to go.
Yeah. Don't know.